Oh, hey,
yeah. Hey, we're back.
All right.
Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz, a very casual hangout with us.
I had to make sure I didn't look like I just rolled out of bed. I think that was my key goal for the night.
That's just for on TV, Weber.
So the stream, I'm good.
Don't be influenced.
I see.
It's only one person.
Just gotta make sure I look put together and ready to go. And
well, I missed the memo.
Representing the brand.
We already had some wardrobe malfunctions tonight. This is actually a PSA.
Right. Oh goodness.
All right.
Yeah.
This is a PSA. I'm not going to go on a rant because it is what it is. I just didn't know it. I've been doing this for 25 years, and I had never heard of this. So we have Action Sports Shacks hoodies.
Yeah, branded.
That we bring, that are nice light, and then we also have a heavier one when it gets a little chillier out.
Yes, I was wearing it in the
office.
office.
Well, I was wearing mine, so they know kind of who we are walking into the game. And the security folks out there were like, "You can't wear the hoodie."
No hoodies.
No hoodies.
No
I'm
hoodies.
like, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "Can't wear the hoodie." And I've already sent other people back. I was like, I literally showed him my stomach. I was like, "Do you want me to take my shirt off and go in?" And he asked for that not to happen, or I'd be arrested.
The only wearing a hoodie is an interesting move. No shirt underneath the hoodie.
Well, it's a light hoodie. You don't need the shirt under that one.
I still go with the shirt underneath.
Yeah, this isn't like a sweatshirt.
You need layers.
Yeah, I feel nah. But anyway, luckily I live in my truck.
You do,
and
yes.
I have a lot of clothes, so I went back into the truck. Thanks to Nimnik Buick GMC for having plenty of storage back there. Well done.
The king of that.
And here we are. But no, the serious of PSA, they sent people back. So don't go to the games.
Dress accordingly.
In a hoodie. Like, I
don't
really
look
did
like
not
you
know
just
that.
rolled out of bed.
And don't come on TV looking like you rolled out of bed.
Key.
All right, hey, if you're just jumping in after those PSA announcements and wardrobe malfunctions, welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We've been doing this for a couple of years. If you don't know what's going on right now, we'll try to explain it. But you're watching us on social media channels, on our Action Sports Shacks 24/7 network, which is actionsportshacks.com. You can see us on the Action News Jacks app, YouTube channel as well. Also going on our YouTube channel right now and on actionnewsjacks.com, which means the app as well, is this game right here in its entirety. That's Bishop Kenny and University Christian. It's our game of the week. We have a full broadcast just of that game if you want to see the game. This show is cool, we think, because we'll give you an update on scores. We'll have some coaches call in, but we'll also give you a look at 4 other games, including our game of the week. And so right here we have Clay and Yulee. This one is Fleming Island and Riverside. Looks like we've got a good football game right now. Bartram Trail and Ponte Vedra. Looks like Bartram is on the move. And Bolles and Trinity Christian as well. We are going to show you live action all night. And that will take us right into our normal Friday Night Blitz at 10:30, which is our highlight show. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Shacks team. And we're kind of just happy this looks like it's working so far.
Yes, as far as we can tell, everything's looking good. We got the games up over there. We got some scores up over here, which we can certainly go through some of the big scores that have caught our eye, and some of the games that we're going to have some highlights for a little bit later on tonight. Mandarin Mustangs leading Atlantic Coast 13-8. That one in the second quarter.
There's some significance there.
Atlantic Coast had not scored a point against Mandarin since
4 years ago.
4 years ago.
So they had been outscored 107-0 the last 3 years. So that's significant.
They had a very long touchdown in that one I saw on the social media. Action Sports Shacks' Olivia Tasley was there before heading to her second game of the evening. So we'll have some highlights from that one coming up for you a little bit later on tonight on the Friday Night Blitz. The Nice Panthers, they won our game of the week last week over Ponte Vedra and lead it 16-0 over Creekside. That game in the second quarter of that one. So certainly keep an eye on that score and plenty of other ones all across the area. So we're watching the scoreboard. We're watching the games. We're getting as much news and information in as we can. And of course, we will bring you, hey, there's some Mandarin highlights up there. I think that's actually being fed in right now. So we'll
that's okay.
We'll give you that. That was Bryson Wright, by the way.
That was Bryson Wright.
Spoiler alert, Bryson Wright probably made a big play.
Hey, I'll take you here.
Shocker.
Jason Hamby, who's up at the Yulee game. He was at First Coast. Marty Lee Field now up there at First Coast. Marty's going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. But Yulee, this game is... let's see, 15 seconds to go, I think, in the first half, according to Hamby. Jason Hamby, that is, up 21-7 Yulee on Clay. So that's what we got cooking in that game, and it looks like there's a little bit of a timeout on the field. Looks like we got timeouts everywhere right now, so let's stay with the Yulee, well, the 3 of them. So right now we're showing you Yulee and Clay up in the top left, Ponte Vedra, Bartram Trail, the top right, and Bolles, Trinity Christian on the bottom there. What do we have for Bartram Trail? We have a score, Weber?
I'm double checking that right now because I saw the scoreboard a second ago in a shot, and it looked one-sided. So I want to make sure I have it correct before I go and say something.
All right, so here's Yulee. They're inside the red zone, and back to pass, obviously, and a little pressure there from Clay, so that denies an opportunity, at least for now. Yulee up 21-7, trying to really make a dent on the scoreboard. And Clay with the new coach. Obviously, we got Coach Doherty up in Yulee. And the Blue Devils trying to find their way. The Hornets have had some success the last couple of years. And at this stage now, I think it's year 5 for Coach Doherty. Really has built the foundation for the Yulee Hornets program.
I was correct. One-sided. 38-0. Ponte Vedra. Wow. 38-0 Sharks. That game, by the way, is still in the second quarter.
Holy cow. That is a stunner.
That's a stunning score.
I mean, not stunner, Ponte Vedra will win, but how about the second half last week Ponte Vedra put together, and now the first half? They got blitzed 31-7 last week in the first half in our game of the week, and now the last 4 quarters, I think they've scored, let's see, that would be 59 points.
All right, a little better, and we'll get you the highlight here in just a little bit, but Bartram Trail on the board. They did just score a touchdown in that one to get on the board, but yeah, there you see a little bit of the celebration. That was on a 4th down and long play, so Bartram Trail really up against it and coming down with their first points late in the first half.
Wow, you just really don't know. I mean, we're watching college football this weekend. We're about to watch the NFL in a week, and you really just don't know what to expect early in the year. But I mean, Bartram Trail has been one of the premier teams, obviously, in the area. Bartram Trail, Ponte Vedra, always a good game, too. But this is stunning to see that kind of score. Now you obviously have Yulee set up, it looks like, for a field goal attempt. And I think that's good.
No good.
No good. Okay.
The opposite of good.
That's
not good.
I made the play-by-play catastrophic mistake, saying it's good when
saying
it's not
the exact
good.
opposite of what it was. Now,
I heard the crowd. I figured we were on the Yulee crowd. The sideline, I thought they started to cheer.
Yeah, maybe they just, somebody had the 1 and 7 in squares tonight. I don't know. They were excited about that as they go to the half. They didn't want to get the 4 on the board, Maybe that's what it was.
High school squares might be a thing. Let's not speak that into existence.
It might be. It very well could be.
Man, can we play?
No, we got halftime. We got halftime everywhere but the blowout.
What are we doing?
I mean, that's what happens sometimes.
Yeah. Well, this is the idea. We start the show about 8 o'clock, and our whole idea is to be able to show you the second half.
Yes.
Now, so obviously,
and to talk about hoodies and fashion and everything.
We're going to get a running clock in this Bartram Trail game, which is stunning. Has Bartram Trail ever been put on a running clock? Not locally.
Not locally.
I can't imagine.
No.
I mean, maybe someone like.
It shows,
mainland or something like that,
It shows you that Ponte Vedra was fired up. They probably felt like they should have had a bigger role in that game a week ago against East. They showed it in the second half, right? Making that big comeback late to get into it as we take you out to the beach of Ponte Vedra. Bartram Trail just getting on the board a moment ago. They will kick off here late in the second quarter. But it is the Sharks who are out front 38-7. 38-7 late in the first half. You like that new turf field out there?
It looks fantastic.
It does look very nice. We've seen a lot of turf fields lately.
So that's a new one at Ponte Vedra?
It's a new one at Ponte Vedra.
Already?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They had been grass before. So they switched over to...
They were grass just last year?
They were grass last year.
Getting old, folks. I don't remember.
I know...
they had a nice field. It was a nice grass field.
Yeah.
So they went to turf. I didn't realize. I missed that.
Maybe got
I'm just catching up too.
Got a little soggy, maybe. They didn't want to deal with the water. Remember, because that was part of our. Oh, you were in Miami. It was part of our storyline last week when Olivia Tasley was there. That you don't have to worry about the wet field quite so much.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't even pick it up as I was watching the game of the week from down in Miami. So
you just thought the grass was cut very nicely, maybe.
Yeah, I just didn't notice it.
That's okay.
I just never observed it. As we get going with a little Ponte Vedra, now we'll see. They've obviously been cooking. In the first half, they've got 38 points. Can they keep it rolling? And I think Stuart just said it. It's like, wow, you start to wonder Ponte Vedra. we wondered, like, okay, are they not that good? What's the problem after first half last week? And we know Nice really surprised some folks, but Nice is really well coached, good football team, good program. But 31-7 was kind of stunning, about as stunning as this. 38-7 right now. Ponte Vedra in the lead, and it looks like they do have themselves a pretty good football team that might have just had a bad first couple of quarters of the 2025 season. A couple minutes to go in the first half here, up big, and they're looking for more right before the half. And this is a good opportunity to be able to run the 2-minute offense, and something that they might need to do later on in the year at a more critical time as Bartram Trail able to get in on the sack. That's number 24 right there. Who is it?
That'd be Izzy Garza Tongue.
There we go.
That's a tongueful. Yeah. We're off to a great start.
Yeah, all night. 4 hours of this tonight, folks.
Bright and early, off we go. Quarterback there for Ponte Vedra's Cole Rosendahl. Big part of the rushing attack a week ago for Nice. I certainly haven't seen how it's gone in this home matchup, but I'd imagine that has been part of their game plan as well. As you see, Rosendahl is your quarterback for the Sharks. Going to throw it out to the outside.
That's a long throw, isn't it?
Little wide receiver blocking. And that's a nice pickup by Tucker Henderson, wide receiver for the Sharks.
Yeah, they try to get a field goal here and answer and, squash any kind of momentum maybe Bartram Trail thinks they can come up with after the first score of the game late in the first half. Just to give you a heads up, too, as we keep an eye on this Bartram Trail Ponte Vedra game, we've got 4 other games we're going to watch, but they are all at halftime right now as we start the Friday night zone blitz. Just the timing of it. We'll take a look at some other scores around the area in a moment as well. We'll also have Lawrence Johnson. Ed White is on a bye week here in week 2, and Lawrence Johnson, the coach, scheduled to join us in a little bit. And then Marty Lee. Not coaching anymore. He's going to jump in. Kevin Sullivan usually will jump in with us, but he's across the pond. He's in London this weekend. So we told him, hey, go enjoy London. There's a look at the games that we will have throughout the next couple of hours. Of course, University Christian Bishop Kenny, our game of the week. You can also watch that in its entirety, actionnewsjacks.com, and also on our YouTube channel, where we've got both of these broadcasts simultaneous on YouTube. We're watching Bartram Trail and the Sharks. Riverside and Fleming Island, good game. 21-13 right now at halftime. I think I saw it. Clay and Yulee up 21-7 at halftime. And Trinity Christian and Bolles. Do we have a Trinity Christian Bolles score?
It's close.
There you go. It's close?
That's all I got for you.
Well, that's good.
14-6 Bolles.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It's up on the board. Okay. So 14-6.
And we can't always rely on the board. That's a big part of it.
Yeah, so this is score stream, and what happens, fans put these scores in, or, sometimes fans, but pretty much anybody can. So this is not official, but it at least gives us an idea of how things are going. And that's the 14-6 Bolles over Trinity Christian right now. We expect to get more scores in throughout the night as well. To some of this. How about Carrollwood Day beating Providence 35-0? So a tough matchup there. If you're coming back to the area in high school football and you're like, what is that score? Rains and Sandalwood? Well, it was like 49-0 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Sandalwood has really had a rough go of it in the last couple of years. If you went away for a couple of years, this is not the Sandalwood when you left town. It's just been a totally different deal at Sandalwood. And Rains, well, they're the Rains you remember from years ago. They are really good and loaded. They're putting it on Sandalwood tonight. That'll be a running clock. St. Augustine up over Menendez 48-0. Nice 16-0. Big win last week in our game of the week. And they are off to a pretty nice start at home in their opener at halftime against Creekside.
I will bring this up so that Brian, our director, can get it ready for us. But we've got video from Marty Lee's cool. Big day there at First Coast and some highlights.
Let's go.
So both of those are in that rundown and ready to go. So you can pull that up when you get the chance as we continue to look at bands. Now, here's the cool thing about the bands, by the way. Really starting next week. This week we have an addition from last year. So
don't give away the secrets.
These kids
man.
might have graduated.
Don't give away the secrets.
I don't mind giving away. I like some. I don't want another angry email about that kid graduated last year, guys.
Hats off if you
notice that your kid graduated. Anyhow, so we record all these bands, and then at 11 o'clock, when we're kind of putting the finishing touches on that 11:15 Friday Night Blitz, we feature the bands. And, we love the bands here in the Blitz. It's always how we end our shows. So you can always see that at 11 to 11:15, once we wrap up the 10:30 Blitz, all the way to that 11:15 Blitz on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7
Now, before we go
network.
to Marty Lee,
Yes.
what would be really interesting is if Brian and Brad back there in audio could actually just take all the bands playing at the same time.
That sounds like a terrible idea. Luckily, we're down to just 2, I think, still performing. Thank goodness, because they would listen to you and try it.
I think Brad's trying it a little bit.
Here we go. We got a little coming in.
I mean, both bands are playing for a bit now.
Yeah, that's good.
No.
All right, well, we're honoring some state champs there at Ponte Vedra.
I wonder what that is. Wonder what state champs from last year.
I'm going to say that's soccer, as I see the girls' soccer head coach on the left.
Well, there.
Congrats to the Ponte Vedra Lady Sharks girls soccer team winning a state title a year ago.
Yeah, a heck of a run they had a season ago. So congratulations. So we have honors all over the place here on these Friday nights.
Also, there's a soccer ball and the little placard they're holding there.
Well, that helps too.
Yeah. Now that we see it on a bigger monitor, it helps.
Congratulations to the Sharks, a very good soccer program.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously over there in Ponte Vedra. We have another big congratulations. How about Marty Lee, our Coach of the Year from last year, which was really like a Lifetime Achievement Award. Well, this was a surprise today. Marty Lee Field unveiled there at the home of the Bucks, the Shipyard. First Coast Bucks honor Marty Lee, I think 28 years. Head coach, obviously 40 years as AD and other coach
of 97
baseball
to
and wrestling and everywhere else. And he's still the AD for one more year. But Jarvis Parker is now the head man, and Marty Lee has retired. There's Barnesy right there. He was out for the festivities. Hopefully called a good game tonight for the Bucks. That was pretty cool. That was like a surprise.
Yeah, even the assistant coaches didn't know, by the way. Let's get to the action, shall we, with the Bucks hosting Bolles City. Third play of the game, and Greyhounds start with the ball, but the Bucks say, no, we're gonna take that ball away. This is Marty Lee's night. We're gonna make a play. Miguel Jimenez taking it back for the pick 6. Quick start for the home team. Next drive, Jimenez says, you know what? I'm gonna do it again. A diving interception sets up the Bucks at the goal line, and so what do? David Hunter, quarterback, keeps it himself. He'll walk in for the score, 14-0, just like that. How about Bolles City? They take their turn finding an explosive play. Eric Philpott to Ronald Stanley, comes down with it. How about this? Huge play for Bolles City. Second year for that program, the Greyhounds. A couple plays later, it's the same connection. Philpott to Stanley. And he's going to take it in for a touchdown. So Bolles City able to get on the board. Big touchdown there for the Greyhounds. And that would make it 14-6. We'll, of course, get you a final score from this game that is in progress a little bit later tonight on the Friday Night Blitz.
All right, good deal. So that kind of gets us going. How about we do this? We stay on time, maybe get a little break in.
We do that.
And then when we come back, we're going to have all these games. Again, we're keeping up. Bishop Kenny University Christian about ready to start second half. We've got Yulee and Clay. They're getting close to the second half. Fleming Island Riverside got a good game going on here. They look like they're getting the field and ready for kickoff. Bolles and Trinity will be back out in a moment or two, and we're at halftime. Ponte Vedra Bartram Trail. That's a stunning score, 38-7
wow.
in favor of Ponte Vedra, but 14-6 Bolles over Trinity, 21-13 Riverside trails Fleming, and 21-7 Yulee has the lead over Clay. Do you know what the score is of our game of the week? It's still 14-0?
14-7.
14-7.
UC got on the board right before the half.
Bishop Kenny leading UC 14-7. So we got some good games. We're going to show you all the plays, all the action right here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute, but it makes a big difference. And 3. Don't bag it. This makes the recycling process faster and more efficient. This is a look at the Republic Services North Florida Recycling Center. You can make this process even more efficient. By utilizing those 3 steps, Republic Services can help you become a better recycler in your home. Learn more at recyclingsimplified.com. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker Sports. It's a hometown business filled with hometown people trying to make you feel right at home.
Chris Conley, Jacksonville University. Walker Wright, class of 2018, West Nassau High School. Michael Young, Fletcher High School.
Baker Sports started in a grassroots way and now outfits much of the Southeast.
Tony Mazzio, Sandalwood High School, class of 2002.
High school sports, travel sports, youth sports of all kinds. They are a one-stop shop carrying Nike, Adidas, Under Armour brands, and more.
Vincent Caldes, Oak Leaf High School.
Samuel Coffrin, Paxton School for Advanced Studies.
Whether it's sports teams on the field or it's your team in the workplace, like our Action Sports Shacks team, and community events like the Dream 18 Golf Tournament, and many others.
Cole Tilley, Hilliard High School.
Reagan Webb, Eagles U Academy.
Look good, feel good, play good with Baker Sports. Custom sports apparel since 1997. Shop with the hometown team at bakersport.com. Oh, yeah, you came right back for a second half kick. Riverside and Fleming Island. So there we go. We have kicked off in the second half. We're about to do the same. Bolles, Trinity, Yulee, Clay in a couple moments. Bishop Kenny, UC, our game of the week. I think we have a little bit more time before we get back to second half.
As a reminder, by the way,
Bartram.
on that game of the week, if you want to watch the entire game, whistle to whistle, you can watch it on the Action News Jacks Now stream. By the way, touchdown Fleming Island.
Oh, what's going on right behind us?
I mean, out here I was trying to deliver some information for the people.
Sorry if I was in the way.
Oh, wait, I think it's coming back. I'm looking at the reactions of the people.
You know how many highlights we get that actually come back?
Yeah, a lot. And then we never get to show them on the show. And we're always sad about it. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we do if we
if we're out of highlights.
If we don't. As you take a look down there at the Rock. Fleming Island.
I think we're going to get a hold, right? Let's find out here. But that flag lived to show.
There it is. There's the flag. That's unfortunate.
I always wonder on the kickoff return flags, like, would they have scored if the guy didn't hold? Or was it like, definitely
the thing that burst him out and gave him the opening?
You always wonder, right?
Yeah. We will be left wondering.
Meanwhile, we got Bishop Kenny, and you see they're kicking off again, 14-7 game there. That's a huge flag, by the way, in the Fleming game because it's 21-13.
One possession game there.
Let's just make sure we don't have a kickoff.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Let's wait and see it just to make sure we're not going to some highlights. Okay, there we go.
All right, you want to go to last night's game?
Yeah, let's do it. So we had one game on Thursday night featuring the Englewood Rams and the Beachside Barracudas with their home opener. Home team was already out front in the first quarter. They add to it. Vincent Galella busting it outside into the end zone. Another Beachside score. That would be the trend of the night. Rams were marching towards the end zone. They just had a big pickup, trying to get on the board, but you see the mistake there. Andrew Cruz cutting in front of the pass, and he's headed the other way. 97 yards, I'm told that is a new school record. Longest touchdown ever on the pick six. Of course, year 4 for the Barracudas. Just before the half, one more time, Aiden Kugler to a wide open Drew Watson, and Beachside never took the foot off the pedal. They go on to win, and win indeed they did. A big victory for the Beachside Barracudas and head coach Pete Duffy as we take you back to live action here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. 5 featured matchups. We'll be bouncing around from game to game, giving you a look in throughout the course of the next few hours, as well as some special guests joining us on the phone line as well to chat all about it. Of course, a couple games still coming back from the half, but you see Fleming Island just dragging tacklers. We start with our game of the week. And Trinity Christian. So I actually went to this UC game last week, their regular season opener, and UC beat a really, really good Newberry team. Newberry, by the way, beat Bradford twice a year ago. And I could tell why. They had some let's just say some big hosses on that team. They had some size.
They were put together.
Size you don't normally see for, the rural schools out in the
get off the
Gainesville
bus
area.
good, huh?
Yeah, they were big. Now, UC's got some of that as well. And when I left, it was 14-14. So I was figuring they were in for a dogfight. I want to say the final was 47-14.
Wow.
And University Christian just pulled away from there. It was a weird thing. I think it was the first time I'd ever seen both teams score on a punt block and a return for a touchdown in the same quarter. Each team got one, is basically what happened. So,
Well, you weren't hurting for highlights.
I was not. No, I was definitely not. As you see, University Christian taking this one straight up the middle. If you want the full play-by-play, so broadcasters, we got Noah Schlicksup and Brody McGuff on the call right now on the Action News Jacks Now app or on our Action Sports Jacks YouTube page as well. You can check that out.
Let's listen live. We can listen live to him for a minute or two.
Yeah, we can do that. If you just want to bring up the audio from our game of the week, we can listen to the guys call it down there at BK.
Yeah, just ran the same play 3 times in a row, though. Same formation still.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 2 right, 2 left. Thompson looking to pass. He's got some time. Tucks in, is sacked. He was looking to run. James Davis III thought otherwise.
All right, so that's Noah Schlicksup, Brody McGuff, and they have our Game of the Week call once again on the YouTube channel, also ActionNewsJacks.com, Action News Jacks Now stream. You can see it on the app as well and listen to it. As we bring you back to some of the other games going on, Fleming Island and Riverside up here in our top right. It does look like Fleming has the ball. Good tackle right there by Riverside. And they do have it on Riverside's side of the field. This is the opening drive of the second half. Touchdown return called back because of a penalty, but the good field position still, and they lead 21-13.
That was Javon Lyons, by the way, making the tackle for the Riverside Generals, who are on the road. Antoine Nicholas and company coming up just short against a really good Oakleaf team a week ago. So I'd expect Riverside to be competitive and a really strong schedule for them to start. They started off with a pair of Clay County squads. As you see, number 0 for Fleming Island, it's Eric Gentry going deep, but just out of the reach of Oliver Pachota. And that'll be an incomplete pass for the Golden Eagles of Fleming Island. But yeah, Riverside really scheduling strong in Clay County to start, right? You start with Oakleaf and then Fleming Island, 2 of the best programs from down in the Clay County areas. Oh, big pickup for UC. That'll get him into the red zone. Hey, what's up, Kalen? Our buddy from the Jaguars down there. Of course, Jaguars prep teaming with us here on our game of the week. But huge pickup there for University Christian. Gets them into the red zone. Our game of the week, UC and Bishop Kenny.
All right, so we show you live action from all around the area. There you see 4 of the games. We still have Bartram Trail and Ponte Vedra at halftime, so we'll have some of the action of that one in the second half. Surprisingly, the
Trinity just scored, by the way.
Trinity now just scored, getting closer to Bolles after that score from early in the second half. So that was 14-6 at the time, so it's 14-12 right now with the extra point, 2-point conversion potentially looming there. Right now we have Lawrence Johnson, the head football coach at Ed White High School, on the line with us, and he's going to join us over the next little bit to talk about some of these games and about his game and his team as well. He's got the rare night off, week 2 of the high school football season. Way to enjoy that Labor Day weekend, Coach.
Yeah, that's great. The schedule set up perfect for us. We get this a nice 3-day weekend, and it's even better after a win.
How? After a big win too. We're going to talk about that. But how does that schedule stuff work out? Like, did you want it here, or did you just kind of fall that way? As we look at Trinity Christian trying to tie the game up, down 14-12, Bolles sniffs out the 2-point conversion. They'll stay up 14-12. How does that scheduling work out? Would you have liked it a little later, or did it just work out this way?
Yeah, I would have rather had it later on in the season, but the schedule just fell this way. We had a week 2 game scheduled originally, and they dropped us, and we had to pick up somebody later back when we were doing the scheduling around last year. And, so it just worked out, and this is our second year in a row with week 2, and it's not that bad. I thought it would be terrible to have it this early, but it kind of gives us some time to reset pretty early on.
Yeah, I would think that as a coach, right? I mean, win or lose, you've got to fix some things every week. But really, early in the season, you probably have to fix some things. So it gives you a little extra time to do that.
Right. Yeah, so we played a challenging first week game, and we saw some things that we got to work on, and we had some time to do it. So gives us a nice little break early in the season to kind of propel us for the rest of the year.
All right, Coach, we're going to get you in and talk about some of these games. As everybody can see, Fleming Island just scored a touchdout. Stuart, who was it?
Jaden counts, and that one counts as opposed to the one coming out of the halftime break.
You got the perfect guy. Perfect guy for that one. Hey, Coach, I don't know if you can see some of the highlights. Are you just calling in, or can you see some with us?
I can't see how. I'm looking for it. Let's see.
You're okay.
See if I can.
Well,
okay.
Even if you want, you can check out. You'll be a little delayed, but you can check out on YouTube on our Action Sports Shacks channel. Might be the easiest if you can't get that link to work that I had sent over to you. But either way, while we're watching this now, 28-13, Fleming Island over Riverside. Obviously, Riverside, I think that's a program that you guys know pretty well. And, tough schedule to start for those guys, right? I mean, they start against Oakleaf and then have to go out to Fleming Island.
Yeah, that is a tough start. That first half of the schedule for them is pretty brutal. It's going to make them really grow up pretty quickly. So they're going to find out what they got, especially with Oakleaf and then Fleming Island again this week. Two very tough teams.
Well, as we visit with Lawrence Johnson, I think we just saw University Christian get in the end zone. There's been a bunch of flags in that game, and there was one maybe for celebration after. Is that Keister, the quarterback, keeping it? It looks like, Stuart. So that might be all tied up there in our game of the week between University Christian and Bishop Kenny. That's a pretty good game, Coach, right?
Yeah, it is. Those are two really good teams in the area. I kind of have it on in the background now. I've been watching that one because I stayed home tonight, and that was what was on, what you guys were showing. And yeah, it's been pretty good. Bishop Kenny is stepping up, and they played really good defense in that first half. And yeah, I'm interested to see how this one is going to turn out.
Atta baby, you're watching the game of the week on Action Sports Shacks. We appreciate it. There's a lot of flags in the first half of that game, and I guess that's a little bit with the territory early in the season, right? I mean, it's hard to get high school kids all on the same page and everybody lined up doing the right thing.
Yeah, it is, and especially early in the season, a lot of times you get practices interrupted because of things like heat advisories, and then when it's not too hot, you got thunderstorms rolling in, so you just don't get as much time as you would like early in the season to kind of fine-tune a lot of the things out on the field. So usually you get a lot of those early penalties out of the way in the first couple weeks, and that's why you start seeing a lot of people just get better as the season goes on, because there's a lot of stuff and kinks you got to work out early in the year.
We love what's happening right here. This is the Friday Night Zone Blitz. This is what we do. Debut of 2025. We're going to do this every Friday night. And now you've got a 14-14 game in our game of the week. University Christian, Bishop Kenny, full broadcast being broadcast on our YouTube channel, along with this show on our YouTube channel, but also on ActionNewsJax.com, our Action News Jax app. You can watch that game in its entirety, or we'll continue to peek in on the game, talk to Coach Johnson from Ed White for a little bit longer as well, and watch all these other games like Yulee and Clay. Fleming Island just scored 28-13 over Riverside. Second half starting now over in Ponte. They lead big against Bartram Trail. Coach, how about that? 38-7 at halftime. Ponte a little bit mad after that loss to Nice last week. Yeah,
they're stepping up in a big way. I saw that Nice jumped out big on them last weekend, and Bartram is a very good football team. So anytime you got a big lead over Bartram, you also probably have a very good football team. So Ponte, again, they're stepping up, especially after last week's letdown.
Yeah, they are clicking on all cylinders so far as we just start the second half in that game. Bartram did score late in the first half. We'll see if they can keep some of the momentum. All right, and now let me ask you about the game that you probably know the most about. Bolles and Trinity Christian. You beat Trinity Christian a week ago, and before I get into that game and analyze this one as Bolles is trying to answer Trinity's recent touchdown here in the third quarter, was your game, do you think most people viewed your win last week over Trinity as an upset?
I think so. They were ranked higher than us in all the local rankings and Max Preps rankings. So really, I think most people kind of picked them to win. And we had a strong belief at our school and on our team that we had a real good shot of winning that football game. But, yeah, I would say it was a big upset for us.
Why did you win? What went right in that game?
Well, really, a lot of things went right. We played very well. The stuff that coaches talk about all the time that you want to do, but a lot of times don't actually happen, those things happen for us in the game. Like, we had very few penalties, so we limited the penalties. We didn't have any turnovers. We played pretty good special teams. We scored on special teams. We scored on defense. And we just didn't turn the football over, and we forced turnovers. So when you have that collection of things that happen, then you usually are putting yourself in a pretty good chance to win that football game.
Heck yeah, that's a hat trick right there. You score on special teams, defense, and obviously you get your offense rolling too. You guys get yourself a big back. He's going to be tough for teams to stop, isn't he?
Yeah. And we have Rontrez Lloyd, who led us in rushing last year, but honestly, he only played one play. He was coming off an ankle injury on that preseason game, and we dressed him up and put him out there to see how he was moving. And he didn't move as good as I wanted him to, so we played really some of our other guys, and he didn't get much going on offense. And then we have a big fullback, Marion, and we got two other really good backs with Joseph Williams and Caleb Mitchell. And those guys just had a really good night rushing, along with our quarterback, King Bolles, who just did a great job of managing the offense, making plays when needed, running the football and passing.
Yeah, that's my guy, King Boylston. How has he done now in his growth, his maturation? He got a lot of playing time last year at that quarterback position for you guys, so he understands your offense. Always nice to have a quarterback coming back. Where is he in that growth process? And it sounds like he did a heck of a job the other night managing things, as you said.
He did. He was almost perfect on all of his reads. There's one play that happened early in the second half that most people wouldn't really pay much attention to, but it was a pass. We had a low snap. He picked up the ball. He kind of rolled out to the left, and he just threw the ball away. And to me, that was just like a big step forward in his maturation process, because in the past, he might have tried to run, or he might have tried to hold on to it and make a bigger play than what was necessary, but he just did what we needed him to do. He got rid of the ball. We lined up the next play, and we just ran another play and executed and continued to move the ball instead of trying to force something that may not have been there. So when you get quarterbacks playing at that high level and making smart decisions constantly, you're always going to be in a good position to win football games.
Lawrence Johnson talking about his football team head coach Ed White, about the big win over Trinity Christian last week. And Stuart, we just got a score while we were doing that. Bolles answers right back against Trinity.
Yeah, Jaden Weatherly finding Camden Teetsy, and that's the way to stretch the lead back out. They were up by 2 because of the missed 2-point conversion. So this is a chance to make it a 2-possession game with the extra point. So you start going for 2 a little early. Suddenly, instead of finding yourself down 8, now you find yourself down by 9.
Yeah, Weatherly to Teetsy there. Nice little pass play over the middle. Of course, they got Naeem Burrows, so they got weapons all over the place.
Yeah, they got some
in
guys.
Bolles. I've actually been pretty impressed, Coach Johnson, so far with Trinity coming off your game and your loss to bounce back so far. They're hanging in with a very good Bolles team.
Yeah, Bolles is really talented, but Trinity is also a very good football team. They've got some good young players, and they play hard, and if you let them stay in the game, they definitely have a chance to really make plays and keep any game close. So I think they can play with anybody. They're a very talented football team.
Yeah, we mentioned not being afraid to schedule tough. Verlin Dormany and company did just that. I mean, Ed White off the rip, then you go to Bolles, and then you got Reigns coming to town next week. That is our game of the week next week, by the way. So that is one heck of a 3-game stretch to start off the season.
Yeah, that's a tough one. So you definitely won't be able to say that they aren't prepared for the playoffs. So they'll know what they got really early, and I'm sure that's going to expose when you play 3 back-to-back playoff teams like that, and teams that are good playoff teams. It's going to show pretty much every weakness you have and give you a lot of time left in the season to work on those things to try to make yourself ready for a run later in the year.
That laugh, by the way, that little chuckle said better them than you.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, but so Noah Schlicksa found this stat. He's calling the game tonight, the game of the week, and he'll call that one next week. Trinity Christian has not started 0-2 since 2005. We can't even find if they've started 0-3, and of course Reigns is really good. So but again, that's a tough schedule. It's a big win by you guys last week, and as we continue to watch Riverside and Fleming Island, it's a 2-score game here. Fleming Island on top in the third quarter. The win by you guys last week, Coach Lawrence Johnson, it does kind of pivot things, right? I think you already have a very good program. People know that. They're not sleeping on you. But doesn't it kind of put the target on you a little bit more? They're definitely not sleeping on you on Friday nights.
Yeah, so when it gets teams like that, of course, it's going to put more of a target on us. And I think actually our guys made this video in the summer, and I think they did a pretty good job of putting a target on us already. Yeah, when people see that you're winning, and that's going to make it harder for you to win other games, because everybody's going to give you their best shot because they're all kind of trying to knock you off as well. So it's good to get those wins, but you're going to have to bring it every week because when you do, like I said, everybody's going to give you their best shot.
Absolutely. Got a handful of games here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, our entire Action Sports Shacks team, and Coach Lawrence Johnson joining us for a little bit, talk about his Ed White football team. They've got a bye week right now, early in the season, coming off a big win over Trinity. And, I mean, what do you do on a Friday night? You said you were watching the game of the week. I figured when I asked you to come on, you might be like, well, I'm going to go get a dinner. I'm going to get away from football for a bit. I guess you just locked in, chilling out a little bit, huh?
Well, yeah, that was. I honestly wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it. My wife likes to spring stuff on me sometimes, as far as like, hey, we're going out to dinner at 6 or at 7 or whatever. So I was thinking, yeah, if we go out to eat, then I may not be able to make it on. But she said when I was on my way home from school today, she asked me what I wanted her to cook. So. I was like, okay, well, I guess that means I'll stay home and chill out and relax, and maybe I'll try to catch a game on TV and see what's going on with some of the other teams around the area.
All right, give a shout out to your wife. She a good cook?
She is. She does a great job. We had pork chops tonight, and yeah, it was delicious. So
awesome.
Shout out Miss Johnson.
Yeah, shout out to Miss Johnson. What's it like in is it football all the time? Is she like, oh boy, here we go again? She's got to kind of be locked in, right? I mean, you're locked in. She's probably pretty locked in. Are you just a high school football family?
Well, she's not that big of a football fan, but she watches it because she's supportive of me. But I don't think if she wasn't just around me at the time, she would ever probably watch any football games. She likes other stuff. So, but yeah, she's starting to learn what's going on, and she's always asking me to teach her some things because she really doesn't know what's going on with some of these football games. But yeah, it's fun to kind of watch some stuff together and ask some silly questions or things that I think are silly, but yeah, she really doesn't know what's going on. So it's different.
That's awesome. That's good stuff. Coach Lawrence Johnson with us. We're taking a look at Bartram Trail, Ponte Vedra. Ponte Vedra up big. They obviously just had a false start. All right, we're going to put your analyzing hat on for the next few minutes, then we'll let you go for the rest of your night. You can enjoy it as we get, I think, if we go back to that Ponte Vedra game, guys, or they're going to kick a field goal? Yeah, it looks like they're going to kick a field goal, which is okay. What's this, about a 30-yard field goal attempt from the right hash? And let's see if this one gets up there and is good. I'm going to hold off until I see the official. It's good. So I think that makes it 41-7 if our score is right. Ponte Vedra with another score. Oh, those special teams are tricky in high school, aren't they, Coach?
Yeah, they are. And if you got a kicker like Ponte Vedra, and I think they got one of the top kickers in the nation, that can be a game changer for you. You can pin guys deep on the kickoff, and you can make a field goal anytime you cross that 25-yard line. That's pretty good. And yeah, you always give yourself a chance if you got a kicker like that guy.
Let's take a look, guys, at Bishop Kenny UC if we can. We got a big hit in that one. We'll take a look at our game of the week. We'll get Coach's thoughts on this a little bit more. And we've got a good football game. I think it was, 14-14 at last check. So I don't think we've seen another score since then. And Bishop Kenny just got the football back on a punt return. Hey, as a coach, Coach Johnson, you had a 14-0 lead. You're in a tight game now. This one looks like it's going to be a bit of a barn burner down the stretch. Do you get more conservative offensively? Do you take more? Like, how do you treat it or change it from maybe the start of the game?
Well, they were up 14-0, and now the game is kind of flipped because now University Christian has scored 14 in a row. So I guess it kind of depends on how things are going for you. If you feel like you can go out there and score, you can continue to be aggressive. If you think the momentum has kind of shifted, you might want to do something to maybe get that back in your favor, or even slow the game down if you feel like things are going too fast. But right now in the third quarter, everything is kind of open. Like you can do whatever's working for you. So if your strength is just playing good defense, sometimes you just want to make sure you can get through the game without turning the football over and giving them more momentum. So you just kind of have to analyze how things are going for you. So I know if you can play good defense, you can run that football and kind of chew some clock and get into the fourth quarter and almost wait for them to make a mistake, or you can take the aggressive stance and try to go out there and make a play. But usually when you're being more aggressive, there's more of a chance for you to make a mistake too. So you have to kind of have a good feel for how your team is playing.
That was we're going to take a look at the Clay Blue Devils and Yulee Hornets. They just had a big run all the way down to the about 5-yard line.
Took it all the way down to the goal line or inside the 10. And of course, they're going to slow it down as we jump in here. But you see Jaden Timmon there, number 6, alongside Trey Vasquez, his quarterback. Just a sophomore, the quarterback. Just a freshman, the running back.
Okay.
So some young guys for Coach Doherty. And there's a big pickup.
The wheel route. I love the wheel route.
Caleb Madison.
Coach, if I was the offensive coordinator, I'd call the wheel route 8 times a game.
Oh, yeah. It's a great play, especially if you got a good back matched up on a linebacker. Bishop Kenny, we've played against them. They've been in our district before. We've been burnt on that play before, too. So you gotta see that one coming.
Yeah, if you can execute, it's a really hard play for a defense. Yeah. That was I don't know if you could see that one while we were talking. That was a beautiful throw just over the defender. Yeah. And then you get it in the hands of a guy that's had, I think, over 2,000 yards and 20-plus touchdowns in Madison the last couple of seasons. Let's take a look live at there's the BK extra point, so it's now 21-14. Hey, guys, can we go to
Yulee?
Yulee? Let's go Yulee, then Bolles.
Yep, here's Yulee first. Up the middle with the run.
That was number 8,
and they're taking it, checking it, and it's a touchdown. So Yulee Hornets get into the end zone and extend their lead at home, taking on the Clay Blue Devils in that one.
I think it was number 8.
He just turns. It was.
Or 6 again.
It is 6 again. So that is Jaden Timmon, the freshman running back for the Yulee Hornets, finding his way into the end zone.
All right, so Yulee looking to put away Clay. Hey, let's take a look at Bolles, guys. And Coach Johnson, here we go. The Bolles Bulldogs with another chance to go up now. Again, they're already up by 9 points. Inside the 6-yard line, it looks like. Boy, Weatherly's tough, huh? He's a big quarterback.
Oh, yeah, he's a big physical runner. I remember him from Bartram last year, and he's jumped in at Bolles, and they've got that thing rolling right now.
Well, we just got Fordham with a touchdown catch there. Which Fordham is that again?
Corbin.
There's
so many.
I know.
There's been a few Fordhams there.
So, I'm getting old, Coach. Between the 6s and the 8s and the many Fordhams. But, oh, boy, we got a little throwing up after a touchdown, I think.
You see it live on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Everything on the show.
How about that?
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Now you have.
Yeah.
So what an answer by Bolles.
Not like he ran 80 yards. He was wide open in the back of the end zone.
That was a nice throw by Weatherly as well. I think Bolles really tough to defend. I was getting that, Coach, there in that spot of the field because you spread people out, and Weatherly's so big, he can use his legs. It really puts the defense on edge.
Yeah, he's a big guy, and yeah, he's a danger anytime he's got that ball. So, that's a big threat in the red zone.
Do you look at Bolles? I mean, they've got a couple of really high-level kids going to Power 4 schools. Obviously, Coach Toblin does a really good job, a good program. Are they? I mean, for you, do you think they're the best team in the area? Do you think Reigns has that mantle? I mean, are they right there neck and neck? How do you view it?
Well, it's tough to gauge, but I mean, it's hard to argue either way. I mean, Bolles, they're loaded with Division I talent and top-level Division I talent, too. So they got Power 4 guys all over the place. But I know they didn't play Reigns this year, and the last time they played, I know Reigns was able to beat them. So I know that it would be a really good game. So I don't know which one, but those are probably definitely the two best teams in the area, and it would have been great to see them play this year and kind of get it figured out. But it didn't work out this year, so we'll just have to debate that.
Well, we think you're going to be one of the top teams in the area coming off that win over Trinity Christian. Before we let you go, what do you have up next on the schedule after this weekend off? How does the rest of the next couple of weeks look like for you?
So we have Westside, and then we have our first district game at Inglewood, and then Terry Parker. So our guys are getting ready to play in those games. You know, we got a district game that we got to win. And those teams I think they're struggling right now. So we got to really fight some complacency and making sure that we're continuing to improve as we move through the early part of this schedule. And we want to continue to get better and really just put the focus on that. So not worry about who we're playing, but what we need to do to get better to prepare for the late season.
All right. Well, best of luck as you flip the calendar to September. We appreciate you being here. Lawrence Johnson, Ed White coach, and special thanks to Mrs. Johnson as well, as we stole you for a half hour. Thanks for joining us on the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
All right. Thank you. No problem.
All right.
I'm glad to be here.
You bet. Enjoy the rest of the night. That is Lawrence Johnson, LJ they call him, and heck of a coach over there at Ed White. Done a great job. And what a big win last week with Trinity Christian getting it done. Mandarin, by the way, now up 40-16 according to our scoreboard. Nice 29-8 over Creekside. And is Bartram, Ponte Vedra going in again?
Yep, just scored again.
So now 48-7. Wow.
Clock will run.
How about that?
Wow.
That's pretty impressive showing by Ponte Vedra to come back after that loss to Nice and do what they're doing in the second half in that one down in St. John's County. We thought that one would be a heck of a football game. We got a pretty good football game. UCBK, off the fingertips there up on the top left. That's that game, 21-14, Bishop Kenny in the lead. Clay is trailing Yulee 28-7. That's going to be a tough catch-up for the Clay Blue Devils as they rebuild their program. Top right, we've got Riverside and Fleming Island. They're now in the fourth quarter, 2-score game for Fleming Island. But Riverside is marching down the field. So this is probably a must-score time for the Riverside Generals.
Yeah, Generals getting up to the 25 there. Nice pickup from the wide receiver, Marcus Dye. And yeah, like you said, Riverside running out of time, needs to go find a score, and they need to do something on this play, Brent, because we got a fourth down. They're going for it, 4th and short, just outside the 25. Quarterback for the Generals is Jaden DeLon, junior quarterback. He has number 21, Arthur Mitchell in the backfield with him. Let's see what they run. Fakes the handoff, takes it up the middle, and that should be enough to get the first down. Let's make sure that the spot is amenable to the visiting team, but I'm pretty sure that's going to work for a first down. Lots of pointing both ways. Neither team seems to disagree, and they're going to give him the first down.
That's a big play.
Yeah, big play there. Really, keeps him in the game. In what is already a tough ask to come back, but they'll have a 1st and 10 now coming up from the 25-yard line, looking to score and score quickly are the Riverside Generals and head coach Antoine Nicholas. We'll stick with this game for a moment.
They've changed some quarterback. They're mixing and matching, right?
They did. I went to that game last week against Oakleaf. As you see, DeLon really just forced to get rid of it, throw it away, and he does just that. It was Mitchell Gaskins playing quarterback last week. So trying to find the right pieces, find the guys that are going to give you the most success. As I got an eye on Yulee up there. They moved the ball inside the 5-yard line. So Hornets looking to add to their lead up there in Nassau County.
Yeah, I think they lead at 29-7 now. They just got a turnover on downs, and they are going in for another score and want to take that one full go. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. And Yulee about ready to put a capper on a nice Friday night up there in Nassau County if they can get in the end zone here on this possession. Hey, good job by the Clay defense. Still fighting hard here later in the game and trailing by 22 points to the Yulee Hornets. We'll see if we'll keep it here, see if they get in. Here, Clay Blue Devils, by the way, with a new coach. I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, Jeff Gierke.
Yeah, they were in a bit of a rebuild, right? They've had some success over the years. We know that, but it's been up and down, a little peak and valley the last handful of years, and trying to get it back as well. So we got a touchdown there again for Yulee. Looked like one of the poles got in the way of our touchdown.
That'll happen.
Hey, we are where we are, and that's okay. So Yulee's going to put that game away there. On the right side, top right, we're still Riverside, Fleming Island. Riverside is driving, but now facing what looks like a 1st and 20 in that game. Top left, UC BK. UC has the football trailing 21-14. And let's see where they are on the field. We'll get a look at this in just a moment in the top left. That's a good game in our Game of the Week. Once again, you can watch that in its entirety with full broadcast on the YouTube channel and also on actionnewsjacks.com. Little QB keeper, and it looks like UC driving right there, ready to go. We can get an update on that game if we listen into it, I guess, for a little bit and see where that one's at.
Halfback to the right of Keister. Just a simple QB power to the right side. Makes a man miss. Solid run by the QB. Bring up 2nd and medium.
Officially 2nd down and 6, so give him 4 on that last run. Staying with a heavy formation, just 2 receivers out wide. It's a give to Moss, and he's going to lose at least 3.
This front 7 from the Crusaders has been really impressive tonight. There'll be times where University Christian gets on a run and they'll keep making 5-6 yard pops.
They gave him the 39 there. I thought he was stopped at the 41.
Yeah, might have been a little generous there. Didn't even seem like he got past the QB after the handoff.
No.
So we got a little timeout on the field. I think it's probably a water break in the 3rd quarter of that one. Good game, 21-14, our Game of the Week. Bishop Kenny leads UC, but UC driving a bit right now. Once again, to recap the games, Clay and Yulee all over Clay, 36-7 at the moment. And also in the top right, Riverside trying to get back in that game. It's in the 4th quarter, down 2 scores, 28-13 to Fleming Island. Bottom left, it's just wild, 48-7. Ponte Vedra all over Bartram Trail. I'm not sure anybody in town predicted that one today. And we've gone to the 4th quarter, it looks like, with Trinity and Bolles now in command, up 28-12. In that football game. And we're happy to be joined.
That PK game, by the way, is in the 4th.
Oh, that's in the 4th? Yeah. Water break in the 4th. My bad. Yeah. That thing's moving along pretty nice. I have to get used to these 3-hour high school games these days. All right, let's get on the line now with Marty Lee. Of course, our coach of the year last year with Jaguars Prep. And what a tremendous coach over the years. He's now retired on the sideline, still the AD for one more year at least, I think, at First Coast High School. And tonight, the field named after him. Coach, we were not planning on that part of it. We were getting you on anyway. We wanted to talk some ball with you. And then all of a sudden, you got this big recognition tonight. How do you feel about it?
Man, let me tell you something. I was completely shocked. I had no idea. My coach called me up and said, hey, look, man, do you want to be the honorary captain and all that? Next thing I know, I turn around and they renamed the field at me. I ain't gonna lie to you, I got a little tear in my eye, but it was good, and so I'm glad for the school and glad for my family, and hey, it was a good ball game, and then now we'll go from there. Marty Lee Field, unbelievable.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Very good stuff. And well earned, by the way, Coach. Well earned.
I think it's a requirement to be an analyst on this show. We got Sully, of course, over at Jackson, and now we got Marty Lee Field too.
That's it. So what you got to do is you got to be an analyst on your show. Got to have the field named after you and get put in the Hall of Fame. If you got that, you're good. All right, we're good. Now we just got to name something after you. I just don't know what we're going to name after you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That might be some time, Coach, but we only have the best on this show. So
there you go, baby.
Love to have you. And Coach will be back next week. Coach Sully, he's overseas right now on vacation, so hopefully he's enjoying that. I know he'll be proud of that moment you had tonight. Hey, can you give us an update from the game tonight? And I know you guys were off to a nice start. We showed some highlights of that one. How'd you do?
Yeah, up a good start. We ended up winning the ball game 55-6. Had a little scare at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Young man from Kip got injured, and we just decided to go ahead and finish the ball game. And good win for Jarvis in his first home game at First Coast. And so it was a good night for us. And we bounced back from a tough loss last week and got a bye next week, and now we'll try to get ready for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're keeping an eye on the Riverside Generals, getting closer and closer to scoring. 7 minutes to go in the game. It's now 28-19 is the score. Oh, they just did score. This is a 2-point conversion. So my bad. Riverside just scored. So a big 2-point conversion coming up. They need this. Oh, he stays alive. Can he get in the end zone? Oh, they miss it. Good effort. Good effort by the young man.
Yeah, Fleming Island's a good program, and Lee really needs this ball game. I say Lee Riverside needs this ball game, and hopefully there's some time left, and we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, down 9.
He could have just kind of tucked that ball and kind of ran it in, but he went with the pass, and so we see what happens.
Yeah, I see what he saw too, right? He saw the open receiver, just maybe sailed it a little bit. It was a good individual play. 7 minutes to go, up by 9 now for Fleming Island. So we'll see what happens if there's anything dramatic in that football game. Back to Jarvis, huge deal, right? Do you remember your first win?
Oh, I remember my first win. It was at Fletcher High School, and it's the first time I met Joe Reynolds, and we won the ball game, and I'm with the guys, and next thing you know, I hear this guy says, "Hey, Coach," and he taps me on the shoulder, turns around, and he said, "Man, great job," and gave me the game ball. And I've never forgotten that. Me and Joe Reynolds became best friends for over 25 years. And I've tried to do the same thing for a couple of teams that we've lost to, and it was their first win to kind of pay it back. And it's good to see those things happening. So I got something special for Jarvis on his first win. You can believe that.
That's awesome. Special night over there for First Coast. And, you've obviously been around Jarvis a bit. Why is he the right guy to take over for you?
Well, he played at First Coast High School. He's been on my staff for 17 years. He's got that young mentality. He understands about social media, but he also believes in discipline. And I wanted someone to continue the program, the way we built it. And he was the right guy for the job. And I'm excited to be at the school with him and help him out. And he doesn't need a lot of help, but I'm just excited for what he can do for the program. He's a graduate of Alabama State, and the community is really excited about what he's doing.
Yeah, that's good stuff, and it seems like everybody's excited about it. It'll be good to get to know him. You've been associated with that program so well, but obviously everybody there at First Coast knows him too, and that's nice. So when you have a transition like that, and it's kind of an insider, if you will, they know what the program's all about, right?
Yeah, and it was the funniest thing when me and him were talking with the principal. He goes, "There have been several coaches in this town that called Coach Lee for advice, and I have him right here at my, on my back doorsteps." And so I'm excited. I'm letting him flap his wings, let him grow, and we're excited about what the season's going to have. Like I said, we've got a bye next week. Then we head out to Baker County, and then we come back for a 3-game stint there at First Coast. So we'll see what happens.
I know you know the area well, and you're watching everything still. You're going to be a big high school fan, even though you're not on the sideline anymore. We've got the Ponte Vedra Bartram trail game up right now. It's 48-7. Bartram is driving, but Ponte Vedra lead big. How big of an attention getter will this be around the area, the way Ponte Vedra is handling Bartram tonight?
Look, it's going to be huge because, Daryl stepped away a couple of years and built an unbelievable program there at Bartram. But a lot of people don't realize the opening of Sequoia and Beachside has pulled a lot of kids away from Bartram Trail and some from Creekside. And so you're seeing the effects of that because both of those two young programs are good. But I'm going to tell you something. Ponte Vedra's got it rolling. They didn't come out good last week in the first half, but in the second half, man, they gave Nice all they wanted. And so this is a good rivalry. But again, Bartram is a young football team, but I didn't expect them to get up and get beat, this bad. That's for sure.
Yeah, Coach, my house is one of those that has been moved from Bartram Trail to Beachside, and while my daughter's 4 months old, she's now going to be a Beachside Barracuda in about 14 years, assuming they don't build like
5 new schools.
Assuming they don't build 5 more in St. Johns County by that point.
This makes me think about going deep sea fishing when you talk about the Barracuda. Don't get me going on that.
I love that. Coach, I want to ask you about Berlin-Dormany and Trinity Christian. The way they have started the season with a schedule as tough as they have. Now, we know that you get these playoff points, right, for playing the best of the best. And they fall against Ed White in the opener. They're on the wrong side of it right now at Bolles, and then they host Trinity next week. Now, you might look at it from the outside, okay, well, what if they lose all 3? It's not great for your confidence, but knowing Berlin-Dormany and what he does with that program, how much can they learn from these experiences? And with the way the playoff points go, how much are they still very much in it in their classification?
Well, you said it best right there. He's in a lower classification. This is going to be great experience for his team. His strength of schedule when it comes to the seeding in his playoffs is going to make a big difference because of who he's played. And then the other thing that you got to look at also is these are not district games. He could go play some people that he could beat and really drop in drop points and max preps. But this helps him out a whole lot by playing this type of schedule. There is no doubt about that. It helps him a whole lot.
Yeah, that district schedule, by the way, for Trinity Christian, Episcopal, Kip, Bold City, and NFEI later in the year.
Correct.
So yes, they are still very much in the running for a district championship is what we're saying.
There's no doubt about that. See, people don't realize that the district playoffs really don't start till week 6. So it's what you do before then that prepares your team. I mean, so you could start off, give a great example, Creekside last year. Creekside did not start off very well. They, I think they'd only won 1 or 2 games in their first 5, and then they made a run and won the district championship. Again, this year, Creekside may do the same thing. I don't know what the score of them and Nice High School are, but they're going to be ready for Sandalwood and Atlantic Coast, and that's a district that they could win. And so, a lot of guys don't understand that. You need to get some guys that's going to get your playoff ready. And if you do lose those games, you need games that's going to make you go up in points when it comes to max preps.
Let's take an overview of some of these other teams that we know so well. And we've seen the highs and lows, and this is just cyclical sometimes. But, Sandalwood's had a really tough go as of late. I mean, they got beat by Rains tonight, 77-0. When you get kind of rock bottom over the last couple of years, we're a proud program that's had so much success, Coach. Like, where do they go? How do they? I mean, is there a path for them to kind of get back on track?
Well, the biggest thing that you got to do is you got to just sit those kids down and let them know there's a process. That this is my second year as a head coach. We're building a coaching staff. We're building the culture, and it's going to take some time. And the way kids transfer nowadays, you got to be able to take the kids you got and learn from the mistakes that you're making. And if you can do that, you've got a chance. The biggest thing is not to lose that locker room. He cannot lose that locker room. He's got to continue to work hard, keep pushing them, and eventually those wins are going to come. But now Range is in a different category. And I did talk to him earlier last week, He does have numbers that are going up. He's got 80 kids. His problem is right now there's no coaches in his building, and he's limited with the number of coaches. So he's battling kind of an uphill battle right now. But he's a veteran coach. He knows what he's doing. And I think if you give him enough time, he'll be okay.
All right, Marty Lee with us. Can we take that Riverside game, guys? Riverside, Fleming Island. You said this would be huge for Riverside. They just broke off a big play. They've got the ball back, Coach. We're under 5 minutes to go, down by 9. So they got to score pretty quick here, but they've got to score. That's most important.
Yeah, they're inside. They're around the 10-yard line. It looks like they're in they're in 10 personnel. And for those that don't know, 10 personnel means that you don't have a tight end. If we go 11, that means you have a tight end. But right now they're in that shotgun formation and kind of seeing what they're going to do. He's dropping back. He ran a slant pass, and it's a touchdown. Touchdown by Riverside. Yes, sir.
I like it. I like it. You'll be on the call next week.
Yes. Hey, they ran that wheel route behind him, and he did a slant underneath him. Those two corners didn't communicate. Touchdown, Riverside.
Well, that's Derek Bridges now, 28-25. You only need to kick the extra point here. And you saw it, Coach. 4.5 minutes to go. Looks like we could have a good finish.
It's a good finish. And the thing about it is Riverside needs this win. And the reason why I say that is because in social media, there's people calling for his head. It's amazing how they can get after you after 1 week. And so, but he's a good coach. Let's see what they do on this extra point. Oh, yes, it's good. It's looking good for them right there. They say.
Yeah, I thought it was good, too. They missed it. They ended up saying they missed it. But so it's a 3-point game. And I guess by the look of that, you always wonder, okay, this isn't the NFL or even high-level college football. That doesn't mean a field goal will get the job done in the last 4 minutes. But first things first, you got to get a stop in that game. We'll take people back to that one. Now we look at Bishop Kenny and University Christian, where later in the fourth quarter here, Coach, 21-14 is the score in favor of BK. UC, though, is driving.
Man, I'm going to tell you something. You got to give BK a lot of credit. They didn't have a game week 1. And so this is their first game. And UC had a good win last week. I thought UC had the edge on this, but Bishop Kenny is just a solid program. And so we're going to see this one come down to the line, that's for sure.
Absolutely. We might listen into this one in a moment. We'll keep it right here. You're a couple of seconds behind us, but that's okay. You're doing a great job with the play-by-play. I like it.
We try to get on to. I'm going to tell you something. I'm at a place called the Southern Grill. It's one of the best places you can go to in Jacksonville. It's got over 17 TVs. Man, this guy, Joey Fair, does a great thing for high school sports. This is a great place to come if you want to watch some college or pro football, that's for sure.
Oh, there you go. All right. Is that where you guys always go on Friday nights?
That's where we go. I live over here in the San Marco area, and so we like to come to the Southern Grill, and Joey is such a great guy. He does so good for high school sports. People just don't realize that he's a very open-hearted man. And, hey, look, you like this place. There's not a TV smaller than 75 inches. We got 2 of them. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm hungry. I would really like that place right now. Here's what I'm going to do, Coach. Don't go anywhere yet. Here's the deal. There's 48 seconds left in the UC game with BK. Down a touchdown, UC driving. I want to listen into the broadcast crew, Noah Schlicksup and Brody McGuff, and they'll take us through at least this next play. Here we go.
Okay.
Third down. About 3 yards to go. Keister hands off. Moss spins forward, and he got the first down. Another big carry by Donovan Moss. They took a risk, but they got the first down. They're inside the 20-yard line.
Very tough run by Moss. Might be going back to him.
And they do. Moss up the middle, inside the 10, breaks inside the 5, towards the goal line, and he's a couple yards short. 28 seconds to play.
I think they're just going to hurry up and run it again.
They keep going to Moss, and it keeps working. 2 yards away from tying this game. They give. It's Moss up the middle, and he is stopped. Timeout. University Christian with 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, wow, you love this.
All right, so those are the boys calling the game right now, Coach. What a finish we've got happening. That's some good hard running and a nice tackle at the goal line.
Let me tell you something, man. That's hard-nosed football. Hey, you got to know David. David loves to ground and pound. A lot of people like to throw it all over the place, but if you look at that offensive line that UC's got, that's a good-looking offensive line. So this is coming down to the wire, buddy, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go back to that game in a moment as they come out of the timeout. Bolles just scored again, so Bolles probably put this game away. And I'm going to ask you about Bolles in a minute, but I don't want to lose that UC BK finish. Meanwhile, on the top right, we've got Fleming Island going deep. Oh, baby, what a big throw and catch. And that will probably do it for Riverside and Fleming Island. Riverside had cut the deficit to 28-25. Who was that, Stuart Weber?
Tristan Stevenson getting behind the defense and scoring that touchdown for the Golden Eagles of Fleming Island.
That was a big launch that. He made a play.
He made a play. He made a play.
All right, so here we go. Back to.
I'm gonna tell you something. There's some great wide receivers in the North Florida area. That's for sure. This gentleman just put his name there, up there with everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a heck of a play, and we'll go visit that play again. Of course, we got the Friday Night Blitz with all the highlights coming up at 10:30 as well, and 11:15 on CBS 47, Fox 30. And Coach, we've got some excitement. This is why we do the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We've got excitement in some of these finishes down the stretch.
BK just called a timeout. They looked like they came out with a formation they wasn't ready for, and they have definitely got a power offense in there right now. And this is as the old saying goes, my will over your will. I'm stronger than you. I've been working out longer this summer, and I'm going to power this football. Somebody's going to show who's been in the weight room longer.
Yeah,
UK or UC.
20 seconds to go. I'm not sure how many timeouts, and that, of course, changes the strategy here, right?
That is correct. I don't know how many timeouts, but BK just took a timeout right now. I would love to know how many timeouts UC has. They must have one in their back pocket because he knows if he doesn't get in, he's either got to do a hurry-up offense or he's got to use that timeout. So
all right, so they do have one, Coach. Let's listen in live to the broadcast here as maybe we get a tie-in touchdown. 21-14 the score. UC trying to tie it.
They hand it off. It's Moss. Does he have it? Yes, he does! With 15 seconds to go, University Christian gets into the end zone. And now the question becomes, do they go for the win or do they play for overtime?
Looks like they're bringing
Question, quick.
Touchdown. Woo.
Do you go for two or do you kick and go for overtime?
I don't think so.
You're on the road. You go for two. Go for the win, baby.
Okay, we'll see. Let's see what they're doing. I think they're going for two, so let's get it back to Noah on the broadcast, and then we'll talk about it.
Yes, sir. You go for two on the road, baby. Go for two.
They're going for the win. And hold on. Keister was lined up behind the left side of the line. They were setting up to set it, I think, to Traylon Birch, who's their slot receiver. Getting a little funky there on the formation. So now 21-20. University Christian could go for the tie, could go for overtime, but no. They want to win right here, right now.
Well, that's what the initial idea was. Coach could be changing his plan in the huddle, but I don't really think he is. Had a funky formation there. I was wondering if they were just going to do a normal run with that with the receiver in as QB, but could have been a funky trick play. I think it was a great timeout called by Kraus. Big play coming up, and the offense is coming back onto the field. They want to win the game now.
It all comes down to this. 15 seconds to go. Bishop Kenny needs a stop. University Christian needs a two-point conversion.
Sticking the same formation as first.
They snap the ball. There's whistles, and it's going to be false start.
And it was a touch. It was 2 points through and through. They had it all the way.
Okay, so now you're going to get a false start. Let's bring Marty Lee back in. Oh, now you can't go for two, right? You got to kick it, Coach?
No. Did you get a false start?
Yeah, you're a little behind, but they got a false start.
Oh, yes. Well, they scored. Oh, you got to kick it now. You got to kick it. and play for overtime. The thing about it was give BK credit. They called timeout. They saw the formation. They got timeout. They got ready. Then they came with an overload, which for those people, they just took that extra lineman, put him on the right side. But they jumped offside. Let me tell you something. This is the time when coaching matters. Okay? As the ball game goes on, when you get a blowout, coach is not a big part of it right now. This is when coaching comes into part. Now, the question is, it looks like the guy's setting up for the extra point, so they are going to go for the extra point.
And we'll see this before you do, so we'll let you know, Coach. The kick is up, and it's blocked by Bishop Kenny.
No! What great defense. Oh, they got an overload. They did not shift the guy over. They blocked it from the left side, didn't they?
Yeah, they looked like they really had a great rush on.
Oh, whoa, what a way to lose the ball game. Well, it's not over. You still got the onside kick. It's a lot harder today because a lot of people don't realize you cannot put more than, the 6 guys on one side of the ball. So it's not like the old Danny Dish days at Ed White when you load up 9 guys over there. Those are the great days back in them days. But we're going to see what happens right here. Somebody knows about that. He knows about it. We talk a lot about that.
We've got 2 games going now, and you just saw Bishop Kenny. Looks like they're going to hang on. We'll talk more about that in a second. Trinity Christian trying to at least keep this thing close, but Bolles has pulled away in that game against 2 giants in our area, 20 state championships between the 2 programs. But back to the BK game for a moment. I think about you coaches all the time when it comes to these moments because we watch football at the NFL level or at the collegiate level, and most of the time you take an extra point for granted and you're like, okay, we're going overtime. It's just not like that at the high school level, is it?
It's totally opposite. In the high school level, the special teams are up for grabs every time you go out there because you don't have the time to practice it like you do, the colleges or the pros. And let me tell you something. If UC doesn't get this onside kick, boy, it's going to be a long night for David. It's going to be a long night. But I can guarantee you this, on Monday they'll be working on it. They'll be working on that on Monday. But, boy, got to give BK credit. They did an overload. And normally when that happens, you take a lineman and the holders shift that guy over to that overload, and they just didn't do that. They just didn't do it. And again, but it's early in the season, so you learn these things now so that you can do it later. It looks like I'm watching a little highlight of Bolles. It's just they're kind of running away with Trinity, but Trinity's a young football team. And I saw the score, the Nice Creekside. Boy, Nice has got a football team. They got a football team to beat Creekside because Sean does a great job at Creekside. But again, 43-8. And then I saw earlier where it looks like Mandarin was rolling on Atlantic Coast. And I had an update of Jackson Reebok 6-0 at half, but I don't know anything else.
Yeah, that's all. I was there early on, and that's all I had, too. And notice nice hands by Bishop Kenny there, able to corral that one. And the Crusaders are going to win. How big of a win is this for Tim Krause and Bishop Kenny?
Oh, that is a huge win for them. That's a big win at home. You open your season. You beat a rival in town. It gives you a lot of confidence. And, and so, it's a very good win. Very well-coached team they are.
Hey, before I let you go, I say this every year, and I think people who watch this should know, too. Like, we've been around here a long time now, you even a lot longer. We're talking to one of the great coaches in our area, and Marty Lee right now from First Coast High School, retired last year. Now the AD still at First Coast, and he's joining us for a little analysis, knows the area probably better than anyone else. We have some really good coaches in the area. I mean, you're looking at one in Tim Krause at BK and David Penland, the program he's built. You just mentioned what McIntyre's done at Creekside. I think Colin Drafts is extremely underrated down there at Nice. I don't think enough people talk about him in this kind of conversation. I mean, we have some really good coaches in the area, don't we?
we have some great coaches in this area, and and a lot of them are young coaches. You look at what Toby Bullock has done at Mandarin. A lot of people don't realize he wasn't very successful at Wilson, and now he's come to Mandarin, took them to a state championship. You look at Donovan over at Rains High School, and one of my favorites, Braddock over at St. Augustine. Man, what a great job he does. LJ's doing a really good job at Ed White. Hey, look out for Jarvis Parker. He might do some special things at First Coast. And then got my boy Bobby Ramsey at Andrew Jackson. There's some really, really good coaches going on in this town. And it just goes to show you what we've got to do is we've got to make sure that they get the money so that we can keep these good young coaches. Because look what happens. They become successful. Alabama, Georgia keeps calling, pay these guys for what they're worth, and then they say, no, we're losing these good coaches. But right now we got some really good coaches. I know this. Tim and his staff probably going to be at the Mudville tonight having a nice time.
Hey, he earned that one. Let's get your last thoughts on this game we're watching. Trinity Christian Bolles, you mentioned it about Verlin. They've got a gauntlet early on. They have Rains next week. That will be our Action Sports Jax Whataburger game of the week. But then there's Bolles, and you've seen a lot of renditions of Bolles and a lot of really good teams. This team is loaded with some real big star power, some young players, some juniors, seniors that are going to go play at Power Fours. Another good coach, and Matt Toblin as well. How good do you think Bolles is this year?
Hey, Matt, he does outstanding. Let me tell you something. His assistant coach, Josh Holster, is an unbelievable coach. He's a great young coach. Gave up a head job to come to be assistant at Bolles. This is a talented team. This reminds me of the Corky Rogers teams 10 years ago. I mean, they have depth in every position. If you look at their offensive line, it looks like a JUCO line walking out there. I mean, they're going to make a great run. They've got a good schedule. Them traveling last week down in Miami, getting that big win, now beating a cross-town rival. And I'm glad that Trinity and Bolles are playing. They've been playing the last 5 years. For a long time, they wasn't playing. These are the games that make you a better football team. You just got to stay grounded. You got to stay with fundamentals. You cannot get the big head because we won this game or that game. And give Trinity Christian credit. They'll be ready for Rains. It's going to be a tough game for them against Rains High School. They're very talented. But in the trenches, that's where they've got the advantage over Rains. So don't count Trinity out. You wait and see. They'll make a good run in the playoffs because of the classification they're in. And a lot of people don't understand about how classifications make it. You can have Rains make it, Bolles make it, Trinity make it, UC make it, Mandarin make it. You can have all these schools make it to the state championship because they're in different classifications.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. You're the best, Marty Lee. Congratulations on having the field named after you. And enjoy the weekend. You don't have to break down any tape tonight.
Hey, look here. I don't have to worry about any tape. I'm over here at my guys' place, the Southern Grill, loving it. Hey, I can't give him enough credit. I appreciate him letting me come in here tonight. And, again, if you guys are ever on this side of town, come on by and we'll do a show or two here one night. Okay?
Absolutely. Tell them to put the Friday Night Blitz on those big screens, all right?
Oh, there it is, baby. There we got it. There we go, buddy.
Have a great night.
Hey, I love you guys. Love what you guys do for high school sports, man.
Thanks.
Hey, now, I hope Sully brings you something back from Ireland. If he doesn't, he's not the buddy we thought he was. Okay?
well said. You're first in line, though. No doubt about it.
There we go, buddy. All right, man. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Marty. Great stuff from Marty Lee. That was fun to watch a finish of that game with him, and listen to Noah and Brody did a great job on it as well. I probably should have popped him up there a little bit. I didn't realize. I was kind of assuming the kick would be made. And what a rush for BK. What a game of the week we just had with BK holding off UC 21-20. While we watch the finish of this, where all the other games now are finished. This is kind of a wild night. They're pretty quick games tonight.
Very odd.
Yeah.
This is not what we expected at all. Now, Maybe it makes our shows a little less stressful later. Hard to say. Well, maybe it makes this one a little more stressful. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go.
We can keep going.
Well, we can talk. That's not a problem.
What happens here, we'll show you the rest of this one, but this one really is over. Bolles is just kind of running out the clock in the fourth quarter against Trinity Christian. It was tight. One time, 14-12 early third quarter. Trinity made a nice statement coming out of the locker room. They were down by 8 at halftime, and it made it 14-12. Bolles stopped the two-point conversion, went right back down the field. See, that's what the good teams do. Little momentum for Trinity, and they answered with a touchdown, and then they answered with another touchdown. I think they've added another touchdown. Not really sure of the score, but it's all Bolles. Yeah, 35-12 now in favor of the Bulldogs, and really just the last few minutes. Let's take a look at the scoreboard if we could over here, and we get Bolles 35-12. St. Augustine over Menendez 48-6. They were up big in that one. 48-0. We were showing you the Fleming Island Riverside game. That was terrific. Riverside with a nice run late, 28-25. They made the score. They were down 28-12, and Riverside then gave up a big play touchdown. But give credit to Fleming. They made a play. They threw it up in the air. We'll show it to you later on the Friday Night Blitz. Heck of a play to finish that one. And Fleming Island goes to 2-0 on the season. Tough start for Riverside, but I mean, they ain't playing anybody easy. Oakleaf last week, and they hung in there with a good Oakleaf team. And they hang in on the road with Fleming Island to give themselves a chance, but fall on the short end. Now 0-2. Bradford, a team probably we could talk about all night. They've been great the last couple of years, speaking of good coaches, and Jamie Rogers. And they get a big win over Denellen tonight. No problem. That defense is usually very good. We were talking a little bit about Mandarin, up 47-16 now on Atlantic Coast. Mandarin continues to dominate that rivalry with those schools separated by just a few miles. Camden County looking pretty good tonight up in South Georgia. Columbia over in Lake City. That'd be a nice win, right, against Coffee?
Yeah, that would be a good one. That one actually started a little late in Lake City due to the weather, but obviously underway in the second half of that one. So nice for Coach Brian Allen and the Tigers to be up 10 on, yeah, you mentioned it. Good team from Southeast Georgia.
Yeah, Fort White in the lead there, and we were showing you Ponte Vedra. What a heck of a win for Ponte Vedra tonight. It says 38-7 on our scoreboard. It's actually bigger than that. I think it was 48-7 or 14. Yeah. 48-14 was the final. Santa Fe gets the win. West Nassau with a good showing against Ridgeview, 28-0 tonight up in Ware County. Ware County 28-6 in the lead. Rains 77-0 over Sandalwood. What just happened in the Bolles game? Did they have a big play touchdown? We're going to call it back.
Number 13, Chris Reset.
Maybe it was incomplete pass. I don't know. How did he go out of bounds? Okay, good. Thanks for catching us up, Brian. Brian doing a great job back there. And look at Nice, 50-8 over Creekside. Wow. Creekside, again, I don't think they are going to be the Creekside of the last few years. They had to reload on the offensive side, and they'll probably struggle out of the gates, which they, well, quite frankly, have. Mandarin and Nice, though, pretty tough start to the year, even if you're good. So we think it's hard to tell, and like Marty said, probably a team that will get better as they go. They usually do. Nice, though, what a start. What a start for Colin Drass.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the way last year ended. They weren't happy about losing in the second round of the playoffs against Oakleaf after an undefeated regular season. You know, they proved so many people wrong by, well, beating everybody in the regular season. They got to the playoffs and then didn't quite have the run that they were hoping, an extended run in the postseason. So now they come back out and two big wins over two county rivalries. And I think that's huge down in St. Johns County, right? To be able to claim the county as your own against those neighbors to your east and west and north and south as we continue to add more and more schools in St. Johns County.
Yeah, that will continue.
And it's not stopping.
Speaking of those schools, Tocoy Creek, 52-6 win over Westside. They got it done. And
Beachside was last night. They won big 65-0 over Englewood and another St. Johns County team.
So I think that's a catch-up, at least on the scores that we have. And we got, let's see if Trinity can get in there and try to get a momentum going into that Rains game coming up next week. Again, Trinity was in this thing early third quarter, and then Bolles, who we think, along with Rains, I mean, they might play back-to-back weeks against the two best teams in the area. It's Trinity.
It's a tough schedule.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, sometimes it just works out that way, but everybody's talking about it. Hey, battle-tested. If you didn't hear the little note that I stole from Noah Schlicksup earlier, they haven't been 0-2, which they're about to be, in 20 years, Trinity. And we can't even find when they were 0-3. I'm sure it goes even further back. So tough sledding in the early going for Trinity. Oof. Jumping some routes now late in the game.
Pass intended for number 2.
I mean, we got 4th down coming up, and then I figure we got some kneel downs coming up. This is the one game that's going a little bit longer, I guess, but we've been deep into the 4th quarter for a bit between Trinity Christian and Bolles. On paper, like you look at the 5 games that we presented as our game of the week or games of the week, that's how we do it here in the Friday Night Zone Blitz. This one is 20 state championships between the two, but it doesn't turn out to be that kind of clash, at least deep into the game. Once again, 2.5 quarters in, it was pretty good. But then Bolles pulls away, which probably says a lot about that group as well, as they get a sack on the quarterback, and now the defense can pin their ears back at this time of night. And that will do it. A turnover on downs, and I'm assuming we've got some kneeling down coming in. Hey, it's a good time to say hello to St. Augustine head coach Brian Braddock as he joins us on the phone here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. And, that game in the books, we think 48-6. St. Augustine got the win tonight. Hey, Coach Braddock, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you guys?
We're good. 48-6. Does that sound right? Is that the final?
Yes, sir. That was the final score.
I know you guys got off to a nice start. How did you look down there tonight?
Yeah, it was an exciting night. It was we took the opening kickoff back for a touchdown, and that kind of just started, the avalanche, and was 48-0 at halftime, and unfortunately couldn't get much going in the second half, but then it ended up 48-6. So the kids played really, really well in the first half, and was by far our cleanest offensive effort. So that was exciting to see. And when we do simple things well, we've got some talented kids and good things happen.
Give us an idea of that jump. I think you hinted at it a little bit there, but week 1, you probably I'm sure you're sloppier than you want to be. You got the win last week against Palatka, but did you fix a lot of those things in that first half in particular?
Yeah, really, everything from the snap to being lined up correctly to running the correct routes. When I say every like little thing, we were, the first 2 games just underperforming, and I don't know if guys were just trying to force plays or whatever it was. And tonight we didn't do anything necessarily remarkable. We just did basic things better, and we're able to execute at a high level. And like I said, we're blessed with some really good football players, and when they do basic things at a high level, they can turn them into special things. And so that was really the big difference.
You guys you've been loaded on that offensive end. Of course, we showed the highlights, right? So we think the offensive end. Your defense has been fine too, but so a lot of star power. How are you guys on that offensive side of the ball? How explosive are you for what would be at least a 3rd straight year with some of the talent that you have?
Yeah, it's a little different this year. But our obviously Samorian Wingo is the headliner. Mm-hmm. He's as good a player as there is in North Florida, and he's absolutely tremendous. And then Julio Santiago is extremely talented as well at receiver, and got a young man, Caden Smith, who's scored in every game as well at receiver. And then, both our tailbacks from last year are back, and Trendall Anderson, our starting tailback, he's who started the game off with the kick return for a touchdown, and then our line, we returned a lot of experience up there. So what that's done is, with breaking in a new quarterback with Brenton James, he's got a lot of good tools around him. So his big thing, and he's a talented kid in his own right, but the big thing for him is to just execute and do your job. You've got talented guys around you, and let's play together, and it's not on anybody's shoulders.
We were just talking to Marty Lee a little bit ago. You mentioned Wingo and Santiago. This area loaded with wide receivers, isn't it? It's just, is it that part of the cycle or what?
I guess so. We had that run of quarterbacks for a while too, and maybe now it's receivers, It is, because, heck, next week, you're going to have 4 on the same field, off the top of my head, with Burrows and I don't know how to pronounce the other kid's name, at receiver, and then obviously the tight end. They've got big time talent, obviously pass catchers, and ours. So it's a lot of fun. It's a a little nerve-wracking facing it, but I'm glad I got some of those guys on my team too.
Coach, I'm a 1 week at a time guy. I hadn't even looked ahead to next week yet, but sounds like you guys have Bolles next week. That's fun.
Yeah, for you. yeah. No, I mean that's what an opportunity and a challenge. And I mean, this is a year for them. I don't think I'm out of turn saying that you would think that they've been working towards. They don't just have a bunch of 3-year starters; they've got 4-year starters, and especially on the offensive side. And that's an exceptional football team. And it'll be a great test for us to see where we are at this point. And it's great to play a game like that early in the season. And we're going to get knocked around some for certain, and we're going to be pushed and challenged and have to fight, scratch and claw. And it's going to be really hard. And that'll be good for our kids to experience early in the year. And it's a win-win no matter what. I'm excited for us to go compete against them.
I'm thinking as a coach, and won't keep you much longer. Appreciate you taking some time. Brian Braddock, St. Augustine head coach, off a win tonight over Menendez, 2-0 start, Bolles next week. When you play a game like that, when you play Bolles, I think if I was a coach, I'd be like, well, they're going to test you from a physical standpoint, usually, traditionally. And I think Toblin's teams right now will do the same. We just watched it tonight against Trinity Christian. That is a big offensive line. I think Marty Lee said that's like a JUCO offensive line coming off the bus. And you just referenced it, too. Is that like the biggest gauge, kind of barometer of where your team is, how you handle them physically?
Yeah. No doubt. And, I mean, we're going up there. We have 2 seniors on defense, like in the 2 deep. And, we're starting 4 or 5 sophomores. We literally took the field week 1 with 0 humans on defense in starting positions that were there last year.
Wow.
So, we had a complete turnover on defense outside of a couple guys. So, and we're young, so that compounds the physical challenge against a front like Bolles. But yes, I mean, that's a college football team. When you look at the 5 linemen, the 2 tight ends, the receivers, the backs, definitively a group of all of them are future college football players. So our young bucks are going to get baptized, and it's going to be a great night to see how they respond.
That's awesome. Good stuff. It'll be fun to watch. We appreciate you guys scheduling a game like that so the area can watch some really good high school football. 2 terrific programs, St. Augustine and Bolles. Nice win tonight, Coach. Thanks, and enjoy the weekend with the extra day here on the holiday weekend.
Oh, one of the best weekends of the year. College football kicking it off, and I can't wait.
Oh, I don't want to let you. I can't wait. Don't let you go yet. I've almost forgot to ask you. Did you see Lachlan play a little punter/quarterback last night?
So I'm at our JV game, and all of a sudden get a text from my principal with a video of it. Started going nuts. How awesome was that? So you know what's so cool about that? Like I always think about, like, I root for coaches, and I always think about the coach, and like, that's a play you can only run one time, only one time. And so to make it cash in, how cool was that? So, I mean, just everything about that play was awesome. Of course, being in Lachlan made it special.
Yeah, and I guess one more thought. Just give us a view of you on this weekend when you're watching some of your kids play at the next level. Like, I mean, is that proud papa kind of feeling? I mean, what's the emotion for you watching some of these guys at the next level?
It's amazing. Even like with some of the opportunities to watch, like Austin Reed in the preseason with the Bears, and but yeah, these guys in college, like C.J. Jenkins had his first game last night at UCF. Trenton Jones was on TV last week at Mercer, and he's playing a bunch. And just a lot of guys all over the country that are playing from our teams the last couple of years. Devontae Lyons is tremendous, doing great things down at FIU. So it's amazing. But I got to tell you, I just had one of our kids who was a 3-year starter, who's graduated. He just came up to me, his younger brother's on the team. He's like, Coach, I leave Tuesday. He's in the Navy, or enlisting in the Navy, and I'm just as proud of him. So, no, it's awesome seeing these kids go off and do cool things. But, yeah, when they're on TV, it's pretty neat.
That's awesome. You developed a lot of young men down there at St. Augustine. Keep it up and enjoy the weekend. Appreciate you, Coach.
Yes, sir. See you guys. Bye.
All right. That's Brian Braddock, St. Augustine High School, coming off a nice win and giving us a little bit of preview. I'm assuming that's in our Friday Night Zone Blitz next week. Let's make sure we put that one up. Bolles, St. Augustine.
Yeah, I think that's a fair bet. That's going to be in there.
How about next week, really, as Stewart's doing some work on the Friday Night Blitz? We're going to take a break in a moment. But next week, you got Trinity and Rains and Bolles and St. Augustine. Yeah. I mean, the same weekend. And we'll be showing those to you here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We're actually, can't believe that the games are over as quick as they are.
9:48.
Like,
This
very
is astounding.
unusual. The games have gone longer and longer and longer. This isn't bad.
We're not mad. We're not mad about it.
But we'll give you a timeout. It gives us time to get ready for the 10:30 Friday Night Blitz. And by the way, the Friday Night Blitz won't be on at 10:30 tonight. It'll be on a little bit later on the TV side, but we do it right here on the Blitz. So on social media, actionsportshacks.com, Action Sports Shacks 24/7 network. You can find it on the app, the YouTube channel as well. So you get it in real time, and then on TV a little bit later because we've got some football on Fox. 11:15 will be live on CBS 47 for a shorter version of the Friday Night Blitz. Let's take a timeout, and when we come back, we'll get you up to date on some of the scores, show a little bit more highlights, maybe even have a few more coaches on, like Brian Braddock. Great to be joined by Marty Lee as well tonight, and Lawrence Johnson from Ed White. Heck of a night here, week 2 of the high school football season. When it's time to get a new car for anyone in your family, just remember, nobody but Nimnick, the #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville. Get the latest price breaks on 2023 and 2024 models or the newest 2025 vehicles in the showroom on Phillips Highway, or shop online at NimnickBuickGMC.com 24 hours a day. GMC Sierras, Yukons, and the redesigned Acadias, or get the all-new redesigned line with Buicks. It's nobody but Nimnick, and part of the reason why is this is a first-class buying experience here at Nimnick Buick GMC. You're not just a customer, you're a friend. This is about getting a vehicle that best fits you and getting you on the road, and also helping you and your family down the road. Nimnick has a treating you right guarantee. Courtesy, respect, fairness. And most Buicks, GMCs, and Jacksonville's only Car Bravo dealer, nobody but Nimnick. Who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? Nobody but Nimnick. GMC. We are professional grade. If you need a quality play this football season at your home, call That One Painter First Coast. Locally owned and operated, experienced employees, no builder-grade materials. And there's more, and for that, we throw it to Noah Schlitzup. That One Painter First Coast can apparently help your kicking game, too.
Well, after my failure on skinny sticks last year on Creekside game day, I've spent a lot of time out here at Creekside practicing my kicks. There's only one issue. How is that even possible? The good news is I know exactly who can help. That One Painter can handle all your painting needs, from field goal posts to cabinets to stucco. They got you covered. Though they may not be able to help with my kicking, they can certainly help with the posts. Call That One Painter First Coast today for all your painting needs at 904-495-1373.
If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit. When you hear that, you think Bono's Pit Barbecue, a staple in Northeast Florida now for 75 years. A place that feels like home with friendly service, a meeting place for friends, family, or business occasions. On the menu, the corn nuggets are a favorite in our house, but there's something for everyone. Sandwiches, platters, salads, sides, desserts, and family feasts. You see Bono's all over the place in Northeast Florida. You know, there are almost 20 locations in the Jacksonville area now, so stop on by, sit down, and dine in with Bono's. You can also take it to go. There are drive-thrus in many of the locations, and they have delivery options too. Just download the Bono's app to make things easy. I signed up for the loyalty program, and you can too, to get special offers. If Jacksonville is home, few things feel more Jacksonville than Bono's Pit Barbecue. Celebrate 75 years and many more to come. Bono's Pit Barbecue. If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit. All right, we're 2 hours into this Friday Night Zone Blitz, our debut for 2025. We showed you a handful of games, had some terrific finishes, and we've got some big ones coming up next week we'll talk about too. But right now, I don't want to keep waiting any longer. Coach Toby Bullock from Mandarin High School coming off a nice win, 2 wins in a row to start the year, and got it done 55-6, I believe, against the rival Atlantic Coast High School. Looks like the Mustangs look good tonight, Toby.
No, this Coach Parker from First Coast.
No, it's Coach Parker. Well, hey, I don't know if we have Toby on another line. Sorry, Coach Parker. Let's talk about your game instead on First Coast. You guys get the big win. I know you guys scored 55 points. I think it was too before the game was called in the fourth quarter. So how did you look tonight?
It was okay. Defense really stood out tonight. the offense really didn't get a chance to get on the field. So to get some reps. So Miguel Jimenez, he opened the game up with a pick six on the first play, and then a little bit later, like maybe on the second drive, he ended up getting a one-handed interception right at the 1 yard line with them backed up. And then we ended up punching it in, and then we went up 14. And then they ended up, they had two nice pass plays in the secondary. The two guys, they went to go and intercepted and knocked each other down. And Kip guy caught the ball and had a great catch. Ran down a little bit, and they was able to punch it in on that drive. And then after that, the defense, was stout, and we ended up closing it out. Tony Kennedy ended up. He caught a touchdown and he ran a touchdown in. So it was some points going around. Defense scored a few times.
Well, you also pick up with that win, the first win for the First Coast High School this season, and also the first win for you in your coaching career. So this will be a memorable night for you, won't it?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a memorable night. Coming out the gate, one of the things I wanted to do was honor Coach Lee. So we named the field after him this evening, and then we made alumni night. So basically, my home debut. I wanted to be a good one. I wanted to be a memorable one. We got a good victory out of it. It feels good to be able to get on the board as you will with a nice home crowd. Coach Lee, being honored to win, and it feels good. Just kind of embrace it. And the good thing is we have a bye week next week, so I get to let it soak in a little bit. I don't have to do the 24-hour turnaround.
That's awesome, though. Congratulations to you. That's cool. I know you've been a part of this thing for a long time, but to kind of call it your own and get that W, I know for all the players and everyone else, it's great. But I think everybody at First Coast High School is proud of that for you and a lot of love there. So as we're watching some of the highlights, how good do you think your football team is? I know there's some excitement about some of the players, but in total, how good can you guys be this year?
I think we're gonna be in every game that we play in. Last week was a tough one, but if looking at the tape, you'll see that we kind of will have some self-inflicted wounds. Overall in the game, even in the loss to Takoi with the score, being a lopsided score, it still held them to under 200 yards offense. Scores can sometimes not all the way dictate the game, but the guys are gelling together, and I think we're going to gel and get better, every week. I think the ceiling is pretty high. I think it's attainable. But like I say, we getting better. We have enough talent to compete with anybody. So I think we can be really good. We can be really good.
How do you get a bye week here coming up? I mean, how much do you utilize that? Looking at the tape of the first 2 weeks, trying to just clean some of those things up, obviously, just the simple things that you can now go dissect for a few days, work on practice without the pressure of playing in a game and having to perform.
You can actually get coached harder in the bye week when you come through. So it's just not relax and chill, but you actually coach harder because with the guys you don't have to worry about the mental stresses as well as the physical stresses that you're putting on the body because you don't have a game in the week. Sometimes when you have a week like this week where it would be typically it'll be a 4-day week because you got the holiday on Monday, and then you're getting ready, so you have maybe 3 days, pretty strong days of practice. It can kind of be short, and so you always want to protect the guys, protect their bodies. So for this week, we're not worrying about that because you want them fresh on Friday nights. So, but we can kind of hit them on the mental side of things, really show them film. It gives us a week to get ready to get prepared because that second half of the season is it's a gauntlet. We play in one of the toughest districts probably in Florida, where you got the top dogs right there with Matter and Oakleaf, and you know what you're going to get. Out of Fletcher is going to be Fletcher's going to always battle. And so it's a good district. It's a fun district. You'll be able to, gauge yourself. And I think whoever comes out of this district probably going to be able to do well in the state.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it. That's a fun district. Let me ask you, before I let you go and let you roll into the weekend, has there been a time, now that you're the head coach, where you're like, dang, I didn't know Coach Lee had to do all this stuff or deal with this stuff, where you're like, wow, it's way better being the assistant?
Hey, listen, last year with Coach Lee, he gave me some control and allowed me to do some things, but it was more so on the football side. But now, being on the other side of things, it is definitely different. When you talk about just ordering uniforms, ordering spirit packs, planning practices, making sure you got coaches that get the kids what they need, making sure your kids stay in line, making sure they don't get too caught up with all things in the world, making sure they stay focused. It's so much. It's so much that goes into it. You got to always know to not don't jump ahead of yourself. You have to take it slow. Don't let the days beat you up. And just understand that tomorrow gonna come regardless.
Well, tomorrow's a nice college football Saturday, Coach, so I hope you get to enjoy that one.
Yeah, I hope so too.
All right, Jarvis Parker, congrats on career win #1. The Bucs get it done. We'll look forward to watching you play in a couple of weeks.
All right, I appreciate you.
You bet.
Have a good one.
All right, that is Jarvis Parker from First Coast High School. It's like First Coast night here on the show a little bit. We got Marty Lee earlier, and the Bucs' new head coach, Jarvis Parker. I think Colin Draft just gave us a buzz as well from Nice High School, and they go to 2-0 with another impressive win. And let's talk to Coach Draft right now. Coach, man, I don't know. You said you got new guys on offense. That offense is clicking early, baby.
Yeah, we played well in the second half. Obviously pleased with the outcome. We're honestly a little sluggish in the first half offensively. It was 16-0, but 2 of those points were due to a safety, and then we also had a kick return for a touchdown. So only one offensive touchdown in the first half, and just felt like we just kind of needed to settle down, and came out and had a great third quarter. It was 3 or 4 touchdowns offensively in the third quarter alone. So got it rolling across the board. Offensive line played phenomenal. Kept our young quarterback upright all night. Aiden Pfeiffer threw a bunch of beautiful balls tonight, and then mainly Vernon Stevens, #1, our senior receiver, had a heck of a night. I don't know what his numbers were, but across the board offensively felt good about, obviously ending with 50 points tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been putting up a lot of numbers over the last couple of years, and you just mentioned some names of guys that had a big week last week, beating Ponte Vedra in our game of the week. I was kind of curious how you thought you handled all of that. You get a big win. It was an emotional win. Obviously your guys are all over there on our shows, and the Pfeiffer cousins, and you got everything like that. How did the boys handle it? The team handle it? And obviously on the scoreboard tonight, looks like they did okay.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely an easy trap to fall into if you're an immature team, and that's one of the things we've had to challenge our guys with. When you start off, the schedule that we have when you play Ponte Vedra week 1, it's a lot, man. It's just such an emotional game, like you talked about, and obviously you always want to, be 1-0 after that game, but then how are you going to respond? And so we got after our guys in film, this past Monday, just corrected mistakes and had a very competitive and spirited week of practice and wanted to, clean up the things that we felt like we didn't do well, especially defensively. Phenomenal first half versus Ponte Vedra, but then we give up, 21 or 28 points, whatever it was in the second half. Didn't really defend the pass that well, and our defense was lights out all game. I mean, everybody talks about the points and, throwing the ball over the yard and whatnot, but our defense is playing really well. Damian Bridges, our corner, had a pick 6 tonight. We started the game with a safety, and to hold Creekside to 8 points, was just a credit to those guys, and our defensive staff did a great job.
Colin Draft and Nice coming off another big win. They're now 2-0 on the season. I wonder how much, and we talk a bunch, during these falls and on Fridays. We appreciate you always calling in, too, to talk about your football team. But you've been there a few years now. I wonder when you get the change that you had coming off last year, lose the players that you had, you've got these guys coming in and kind of, I wouldn't say not missing a beat. I don't want to say you're the same exact team as last year. But how much when you see that you're like, wow, we've got the foundation in place to be able to kind of keep moving forward, even with some of the roster turnover that you're naturally going to have?
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is, right? In high school, you're going to graduate those guys, and you're going to have the young guys coming up. And, we feel good about, our system that we run. And that goes for offense and defense. But, right now, 2 games in, statistically, points-wise and yardage-wise, I mean, we're better right now than we were last year 2 games in. Wow. Now there's a long season to play. But we feel, it starts with everything that we do, offensively here at Nice is going to be focused around what can our quarterback do. We're going to adapt that to what personnel and what type of game he plays. And right now, our sophomore quarterback, Aiden Pfeiffer, is playing phenomenal. For being a young kid, never had a varsity start. We hand him the reins from game 1, goes on the road versus Ponte Vedra and plays phenomenally well. And then obviously tonight, put up big numbers. And he's got, as much as we graduated last year, he does have veteran guys around him that might not have played, started a ton of games last year, but key pieces around him at offensive line. Braden Felder's back at receiver. He's a 3-year starter. Vernon Stevens is back at receiver. He started last year. So even though Nate Harry is gone and Maddox Spencer is gone and those guys everybody knows, we do have some guys back that Aiden can lean on. And, the guys up front, offensive line, are playing phenomenally well right now for him.
Yeah, we're learning about these guys pretty quick after the first couple of weeks. Now, listen, Creekside, they've got a little work to do. They're rebuilding a bit as well, trying to reload. But I wonder your thoughts now as you look back on last weekend, that win over Ponte Vedra, because I'm sure by now you've seen what Ponte Vedra did to Bartram Trail tonight. And what Ponte Vedra started to turn on last week in the second half against you guys. That turns out like that's going to probably look like a really good win. It might already look like a really good win, but it might look like a better win as the year goes along.
There's no doubt. Ponte Vedra's got a good football team, and it really was the same story last year. We played Ponte Vedra week 1. We beat them pretty handily last year, 24-7. I had no idea how good we would be last year and go undefeated, and so I didn't know what that win was going to look like last year. Well, Ponte Vedra ends up going 9-3 and almost beats Niceville on the road in the second round. And now who knows what could happen this year? But you go on the road, right? You handle that game in week 1 at PV, and then what do they do next week or tonight? They go and beat Bartram, handedly. So I agree with you. There's no telling what they might end up doing, but they are a good team, and they've got it rolling tonight. So it's a good win for us. And at the end of the day, too, the way the RPI works and the strength of schedule and all that, when we beat these teams, it helps us when they go and they win games. Because at the end of the day, if you win your district, you automatically in, that's great. But if you don't, right, you want to have those points, nice and high off of strength of schedule and get in the playoffs. So credit to them for the win tonight. And we'll just keep it moving on our end as well.
Yeah, I probably should know this. I don't know who you have next week. What does the next few weeks look like for you guys?
Next week is going to be the biggest test we've had so far. We've got Tallahassee-Lincoln coming into town. They beat Niceville week 1, and then they beat Madison County last night. So they are loaded. They're loaded. They're a great football team. Never played against them before. They're coming on the road to us. That's a game. We did not play them last year. We had a team drop us off the schedule going into this year. And I just said, hey, you know what? We're going to go try to find the best opponent that we can get to replace that game, and it happened to be them. So we've got a work cut out for us, man, because they're going to be a talented football team, and it'll be a good test for us early on in the year to see where we're really at.
Well, that'll be a fun one for all of us to watch. Go have a great weekend, holiday weekend. Enjoy some college football, and enjoy being 2-0. Thanks, Colin Drafts.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys having me.
You bet. Colin Drafts and the Nice Panthers, 50-8 win over Creekside tonight. 2-0 start, an impressive win last week. Remember, they went up 31-7 in the first half in our game of the week, and then finished off Ponte Vedra. Ponte Vedra looked really good tonight against Bartram Trail, and we've got another fun game. It sounds like with Tallahassee-Lincoln against Nice next week. I hadn't looked at next week's schedule. I know you probably took a peek, but next week's looks pretty good.
Yeah, we're going to have a hard time picking our games.
I think so.
We can only pick so many when we do the zone blitz style, but yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Did the Donato's Pizza come?
It did.
All right, good.
I don't know how much of it will still be there by the time we reach it. That is a question.
Well, for everybody else's sake, it better be there.
This is very true.
Some better be there.
Yes.
Hey, yeah, we got. How we doing? What else we got?
Good. We're getting all.
Weber's been working off to the side this whole time because we got a 10:30 Blitz coming up.
Yeah, we've been putting the scores in, getting everything ready to go for our show here coming up in about 20 minutes. I'm actually going to go right now and go help turn around some of those post-game interviews. As all of those matchups that we saw on those zone blitz, you will hear from each of the coaches coming up here tonight on the 10:30 edition of the Friday Night Blitz, which will be 10:30 on the stream, a little bit later on actual Fox 30 later in the evening. So keep it locked right here where you're watching us at the moment.
All right, you go do that.
Yep.
We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll not replay, but we'll catch you up to date on what happened tonight, the games we showed, and what we do have coming up on the Friday Night Blitz, our normal half-hour edition of high school football. We have a little extra time to kill tonight, which was great because we got some coaches on. We don't usually have the luxury of that. The way these games have gone over the last couple of years, they go longer and longer. Even last week's game of the week went until 10:15. They're a little on the light side tonight, quicker games. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Great to talk to Colin Drafts. Great to have Jarvis Parker call in after his first win as a high school head football coach. And earlier, Marty Lee joined us for some analysis along with Lawrence Johnson. Oh, and Brian Braddock jumped in the show as well from St. Augustine High School. Maybe we have another coach or two on. We actually take this extravaganza all the way until midnight, 10:30 to 11, half-hour edition of the Blitz. And then we've got the bands from 11 to 11:15, so you can enjoy some tunes. 11:15 to 11:35, another edition of the Blitz. And then we'll wrap up the night at 11:35 until midnight with the entire crew as they start making their way back. They probably want some of that Donato's pizza as well. We'll take a break, and we'll be back right after this. Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute, but it makes a big difference. And 3. Don't bag it. This makes the recycling process faster and more efficient. This is a look at the Republic Services North Florida Recycling Center. You can make this process even more efficient. By utilizing those 3 steps, Republic Services can help you become a better recycler in your home. Learn more at recyclingsimplified.com. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker's Sports. It's a hometown business filled with hometown people trying to make you feel right at home.
Chris Conley, Jacksonville University. Walker Wright, class of 2018, West Nassau High School. Michael Young, Fletcher High School.
Baker's Sports started in a grassroots way and now outfits much of the Southeast.
Tony Mazzio, Sandalwood High School, class of 2002.
High school sports, travel sports, youth sports of all kinds. They are a one-stop shop carrying Nike, Adidas, Under Armour brands, and more.
Vincent Caldes, Oakleaf High School.
Samuel Coffrin, Paxton School for Advanced Studies.
Whether it's sports teams on the field or it's your team in the workplace, like our Action Sports Jacks team, and community events like the Dream 18 Golf Tournament, and many others.
Cole Tilley, Hilliard High School.
Reagan Webb, Eagles U Academy.
Look good, feel good, play good with Baker Sports. Custom sports apparel since 1997. Shop with the hometown team at bakersport.com. Not going to lie, I just ate a piece of pizza during that 3 minutes, and it was good. So hopefully I didn't spill any. But you don't have to see me right now. You get to see what we showed you tonight on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We had we had one really good game. Good choice by Stuart Weber. University Christian Bishop Kenny. That was our game of the week. We showed it in its entirety on actionnewsjacks.com and on our YouTube channel, Action Sports Jacks. And we got a 21-20 victory for BK on a blocked extra point. We're going to show you that. We're going to also have a reaction from that game. That is our game of the week. Marcel Robinson was there. Our entire broadcast crew is there. You can always go back and watch the game on YouTube. It's there. It lives there right now. So you can do that. But then you'd have to turn away from us. So don't do that. Bartram Trail, Ponte Vedra. It's really the stunner of the night for me. Ponte Vedra wins big, 48-14. And they were in cruise control most of the way. We thought that could be a really good game. Turns out it wasn't. What a bounce back for the Sharks. Fleming Island and Riverside, 35-25, Fleming Island wins it. That was a fun one. Riverside challenged in the end, and then a big play extended the lead by 10 in the final couple of minutes by Fleming Island. We get to show it to you on the Blitz in a few minutes. In just a short time. Clay and Yulee, we kind of wondered about this game. We were going through the games like, okay, what do we want to pick? We like to get to different areas of town as well. And we were curious about this game with Clay and Yulee. Well, Yulee answers the bell. They end up winning big. I think the final was 43-7 in favor of the Yulee Hornets. So a nice win for Coach Doherty and company up there. And then the marquee game from a name standpoint, Trinity Christian and Bolles. It didn't live up to exactly the names and the tradition. 20 state championships between the two, but Bolles is clearly one of the best teams in the area. Trinity Christian, for the last couple of years, has been a younger football team than they've been maybe in years past. Doesn't mean they're not a good football team, just a younger football team, and they seem to get better as they go, and they'll certainly be a player in the state playoffs in their classification and maybe even en route to a potential state championship berth. But they're off to their first 0-2 start since 2005. That because of Ed White and a loss last week in the opener, and then Bolles beats them pretty good tonight. At the end of the day, they pull away in the fourth quarter. And oh, by the way, Trinity Christian has to play against Rains in next week's game of the week. You can watch that in its entirety on Action Sports, actionnewsjacks.com, the Action Sports Jacks YouTube channel. Anywhere you have a platform that says Action Sports Jacks, we've got you covered on high schools from 7 p.m. until midnight every Friday, and we're having some fun with it. Interestingly enough, if you're just jumping in, we had Brian Braddock after his win against Menendez at St. Augustine, 48-6. Jarvis Parker picks up his first win as a head football coach. They get it done 55-6 over Kip Bold City. And just moments ago, who else joined me? I'm getting old. Who joined me a minute ago? Who else just jumped in? I can't remember. Colin Drafts, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Brian. That's why Stuart's usually out here for Colin Drafts, literally like 6 minutes ago, was on the show. And Nice got a big win, 50-8 over Creekside, so they're off to a 2-0 start. All right, let's show you some highlights before we even begin the Blitz. This is like the Blitz before the Blitz. Yulee hosting Clay. And you pick this one up midway through the second quarter. Yulee up 14-7. Trey Vasquez buys some time and finds Sage Newberry. And he's alone in the back of the end zone. Nice job by the quarterback to extend the lead to 21-7. Now to the third we go. Yulee dominated the second half. Running back Jaden Timmon. Big day on the ground. Look at this run. And he got it to the doorstep of the goal line. He would later finish it off and make it a 3-score lead for the Yulee Hornets. Ensuing drive, Clay desperately needing a score, and they go for it on fourth down, which they should. But the Hornet defense able to snuff it out. Yulee's defensive line might have been the story of the game. They dominated the trenches. Yulee takes it, punches it in once again, this time Corbin Fletcher. And 43-7, Yulee ends up getting a win. All right, let's take a look at another game. Atlantic Coast and Mandarin, and a lot of horsing around down the corral. It's the Mustangs and Stingrays play. Mustangs inside the 5. That's Shanquez Foster. Gets Mandarin on the board, and they would score plenty. Up 6-0. Atlantic Coast gets into Mustangs territory, so they punt it away. Bryson Wright, he's back there. That's not fair. 13-0 for the sensational sophomore for the Mustangs after the punt return touchdown. Last week he had a pick six, and you know he's scoring on offense. Stingrays quarterback Rocco Manego looks like he gets swallowed up by a herd of Mustangs, but he manages to get the ball out to Jabari McMillan. Atlantic Coast gets on the board, but Mandarin wins big. 54-16 was the final score in that game. So I think we've got our scores. Let's do this if we can, Brian. Take a look at some of the scores from the night when we get a chance, and we just saw Mandarin obviously get that win. Again, Bolles 35-12, Nice 50-8. We told you about them. How about Middleburg? Nice win. Don't sleep on Middleburg out there now. Coach Wolf's built a nice program, and they get a W 44-14. Always fun to see what the Bronx are going to do. St. Joseph down in St. Augustine 37-20. The Stanton Blue Devils with the dub 30-0. Oak Hall over Bishop Snyder 35-19. Union County gets it done over Keystone. Ware County up in Georgia 58-20 win on the road. Bradford with another shutout. It's like you always expect Bradford to have no points allowed. They've been doing it for 3 years, and they do it again tonight against Dunellen. Tocoy Creek with a nice win 52-6 down in St. Johns County. There's that Fleming Island score, although I feel like that's wrong because I think we had it right, 35-25. Unless there were some more scores in the last couple of minutes that we missed. I think it was 35-25. We always couch this scoreboard with like, there are fans and other people that put it in. It's not official. But we can tell you Fleming Island won the game. Crescent City over PK Young 31-7. And some of these will duplicate. Oakleaf gets a win 56-7 over Orange Park. And I think that's it. Yeah, there was an error submitting the request. Maybe on the Fleming Island game. That's what that says down there. All right, what else we got? We showed you a couple highlights. Oh, you got some Trinity Bolles highlights? Let's go take a look at it. Because we're watching that game, but we kept peeking in. Maybe at the times we'd missed some things. UCBK was firing off here in the zone blitz. Let's take a look at Trinity and Bolles a bit. And this was a good game. A few minutes into the third quarter before Bolles started to pull away. And here's Trinity. Nice run. Oh, is he going to score? Wow, what a nice run. We'll get to the names on the Friday Night Blitz. But there we go. That made it 14-12. Early in the third quarter, they went for two to try to tie it. They got denied. And then after that, this is what I think good teams really do. And that's why Bolles is probably a good team. This is Weatherly looking. And that's a touchdown. I think that was Teetsy, if I'm not mistaken. They score, and then they keep scoring, and they end up winning 28-12. So they pulled away, but my point there is, hey, the good teams do that. The good teams will take a punch and then punch right back, and Bolles certainly show that. They've got St. Augustine next week, and we've got some dandies next week. We're still in the middle of tonight, and I get it, but we're already taking a quick peek ahead at week 3. And week 3 next week, we just got off the phone with Colin Drafts. Nice will host Tallahassee Lincoln. We were talking to Brian Braddock earlier. They've St. Augustine and Bolles next week. Fantastic. And then our game of the week is Trinity Christian and Rains as well. So I know we've been showing a lot of the same games and same scores, and this is what we've got in. But we have more games coming in-house still. I was actually at the Ribault game earlier tonight against Jackson, but I left pretty early. So last check, I think Marty Lee had told us it was like 6-0 at halftime. We don't have the finals yet. I know Stewart probably already has the finals. We'll have those for you on the Friday Night Blitz coming up at 10:30. You want to take a look at a couple of those highlights from the game of the week before we actually get to the Blitz? All right, what the heck? Let's do it because it was good. So this was BK was up 14-0. Then UC comes back. They end up tying it up here on that run by Keister, the quarterback. And then BK comes back. Watch this little wheel route. And that's Madison, who's terrific out of the backfield for BK. Heck of a throw. Love the call. And just perfectly executed. Tough to defend it. So they take the lead 21-14. Then UC has the ball late, driving down the field. And we won't show you that yet, but we'll show it to you later. They actually score with under 20 seconds to go. They set up to go for a 2-point conversion. I can explain all this to you because we probably won't have time for on the Blitz. It's 2-point conversion. They get a false start after a timeout by Bishop Kenny, sets them back, of course, 5 yards, and the extra point now to tie the game and send it to overtime is blocked. And so Bishop Kenny and Tim Krause get a major win over University Christian in our game of the week. Heck of a call. And again, you can see the whole thing on our Action Sports Jacks YouTube channel. It will live there, and we'll be pushing out some more of the highlights, and we'll get reaction coming up on the Friday Night Blitz in just a bit. So fun night. Heck of a game of the week. We like that. And if you're just checking in with us, we continue to try to educate you on what we're doing here. Well, right now I'm killing time, quite frankly, to get 3 more minutes until the Friday Night Blitz. That's just because the game's finished earlier than usual. Usually they go longer, and that's okay. But we're doing on Friday nights, 7 o'clock, our game of the week starts on actionnewsjacks.com, on YouTube channel, on our Action News Jacks app. We take you through that whole broadcast with Noah Schlicksup and Brody McGuff. And then the Friday Night Zone Blitz kicks off at 8 o'clock, and that's what this thing is. That's what you're watching really right now. We go 8 p.m. until midnight, and we flip that game of the week on Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network into the Zone Blitz. And then we also put the Zone Blitz all over social media. So my Twitter handle, Brent A.S. Jacks, the Action Sports Jacks Twitter handle, Facebook, YouTube, and even Twitch if you want to watch there. So both things are going on all the different platforms simultaneously, obviously until the conclusion of the game of the week. And then we're going to roll into, in a couple of minutes here, the Friday Night Blitz as you know it on TV. But we're going to do it right here on all social media. Again, on actionsportsjacks.com, on our YouTube channel. And quite frankly, that's probably better because, like tonight, we've got football on Fox 30. So the Friday Night Blitz won't be on until like midnight tonight on the TV side of things, but it will be live right here in the next couple of minutes, as long as I can get through the next 90 seconds. Then at 11 o'clock, the Battle of the Bands. We show bands for 15 minutes, so check them out. We'll have different schools represented throughout each and every Friday, 11 to 11:15, right here where you're watching this show. 11:15 to 11:35, we go back to the Blitz on TV on CBS 47 and right here, and then we'll recap it all, hopefully with the rest of the sports team, so I stop talking, from 11:35 until midnight. That's what we do on Friday nights. Started it last year. We added the game of the week this year, and we had a good one here tonight with Bishop Kenny hanging on for a big win over University Christian. So coming up in the next few minutes after this next commercial break, again, the Friday Night Blitz, 10:30 until 11 o'clock, right here on social media channels and on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. And you can see it tonight on TV as well on Fox 30 after football if you end up watching a little bit of that game that is currently going on. What game we have, Bursch? Bursch not there? Oh, I figured he was in the Weather Center. I don't even know what game we have. 17-10. Looks like a pretty decent one. Big day of college football tomorrow. Oh, we got Auburn-Baylor. That is a good one. Forgot. Hey, listen, we're worried about high school, not Auburn-Baylor right now. But you can be both. Watch both. Friday Night Blitz starts in about 3 minutes with the entire Action Sports Jacks team. All the game highlights and plenty of reaction on the stream in 3 minutes at 11:15 on CBS 47. When it's time to get a new car for anyone in your family, just remember, nobody but Nimnick, the #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville. Get the latest price breaks on 2023 and 2024 models or the newest 2025 vehicles in the showroom on Phillips Highway or shop online at NimnickBuickGMC.com 24 hours a day. GMC Sierras, Yukons, and the redesigned Acadias, or get the all-new redesigned line with Buicks. It's nobody but Nimnick, and part of the reason why is this is a first-class buying experience here at Nimnick Buick GMC. You're not just a customer, you're a friend. This is about getting a vehicle that best fits you and getting you on the road, and also helping you and your family down the road. Nimnick has a treating you right guarantee. Courtesy, respect, fairness, and most Buicks, GMCs, and Jacksonville's only Car Bravo dealer, nobody but Nimnick. Who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? Nobody but Nimnick. GMC. We are professional grade. If you need a quality play this football season at your home, call That One Painter First Coast. Locally owned and operated, experienced employees, no builder grade materials. And there's more, and for that we throw it to Noah Schlicksup. That One Painter First Coast can apparently help your kicking game too.
Well, after my failure on skinny sticks last year on Creekside game day, I've spent a lot of time out here at Creekside practicing my kicks. There's only one issue. How is that even possible? The good news is I know exactly who can help. That One Painter can handle all your painting needs, from field goal posts to cabinets to stucco. They got you covered. Though they may not be able to help with my kicking, they can certainly help with the posts. Call That One Painter First Coast today for all your painting needs at 904-495-1373.
If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit. When you hear that, you think Bono's Pit Barbecue, a staple in Northeast Florida now for 75 years. A place that feels like home with friendly service, a meeting place for friends, family, or business occasions. On the menu, the corn nuggets are a favorite in our house, but there's something for everyone. Sandwiches, platters, salads, sides, desserts, and family feasts. You see Bono's all over the place in Northeast Florida. You know, there are almost 20 locations in the Jacksonville area now, so stop on by, sit down, and dine in with Bono's. You can also take it to go. There are drive-thrus in many of the locations, and they have delivery options too. Just download the Bono's app to make things easy. I signed up for the loyalty program, and you can too, to get special offers. If Jacksonville is home, few things feel more Jacksonville than Bono's Pit Barbecue. Celebrate 75 years and many more to come. Bono's Pit Barbecue. If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit.
This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Let's go. Let's go. Bring the energy. Let's go. Bring the energy. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, we got a game of the week down by the river. Bishop Kenny playing host to University Christian in our latest game of the week here on the Friday Night Blitz.
Hey, welcome in, everybody, to the Friday Night Blitz, part of our extravaganza, if you will, on a Friday night. Started at 7 o'clock with the game of the week, goes to 8 o'clock on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Take you all the way until midnight, but this is the action-packed portion of the show with highlights and reaction from around the area.
We like this part of the show because we can kind of let it breathe a little bit. We get some interviews in. Now, if you really want to see us let it breathe, we go for like 2 straight hours before this. That 8 to 10 is the really let it breathe portion. But in TV terms, that's kind of what this is. And it starts with a fantastic matchup, UC and BK.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Well, that will set it all up. Beautiful night for football. Bishop Kenny hosted University Christian, and it was a dandy. Crusaders game come out swinging, already up 7-0. Gavin Hawkins, it's Andrew McCoy Jr. down the sideline. And a look at him go, turned on the Jets. Nobody's catching him. Touchdown, Bishop Kenny, in a 2-score lead. So in a 2-touchdown hole, Khalil Thompson comes up with a big play for UC. Hits Jacoby Walker down the field, and he's got it in the end zone. UC trims the deficit to a touchdown. They're right back in it. UC would tie things up, but late in the fourth quarter, BK comes up with another big play. Hawkins on the wheel route to Madison. Oh, yeah. See you later. Beautiful execution. Bishop Kenny up 21-14. But we're not done yet. University Christian runs right down the field. Donovan Moss punches it in for a score. They're 1 extra point away from sending it to OT. And the, oh no, block on the extra point. That's how it ends. They had lined up for a 2-point conversion, got a penalty, so then had to go for the extra point. It gets blocked. BK wins 21-20. Action Sports Jax, Marcel Robinson after the game.
I'm here with victorious head coach Tim Krause. I mean, that was pretty fun for week 1.
Yeah, we made it exciting, that's for sure. Our kids fought like crazy. We've got super tough kids, super resilient kids. University Christian, incredibly talented team. Really proud of the way our kids kind of stood in there, hung in there, kept it close, found a way to the end.
A lot of the talk coming in here was about, UC. They actually had some game experience this year, obviously. You guys coming in, not really having a chance to get the pads on and get hit yet, but obviously you guys came out here and did what you had to do. What was the message coming in there?
No, I think we're pretty decent too. I mean, I heard a lot of that talk as well. But I think we've got a good group of kids, and kids that aren't scared of anybody, willing to play anybody. The big message for us was being who we are, and I think we play a different style of football and a different brand of football, and just being comfortable with that. And our kids executed the game plan and kept us in the game and found a way to win.
I know, looking at the scoreboard as a head coach, obviously those aren't the amount of points that you want to see. And even that last drive, it seemed how UC kind of got down the field. But if you look at the whole scope of the game, your defense played pretty well and came up with some big moments. Talk about that for me.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we have some really good players on our defense, especially like our linebackers, Gunnar Rogers, Aiden Piper, our kids at James Davis that plays our outside back have played so much football for us. And so to have them on the field in really key moments and make a bunch of big plays, not really give up a ton of explosives to be able to keep the ball in front of us was huge.
This is obviously just 1 week. Every game is important, but this is the type of win. This shows your grit, the resilience, right? How can you take this, or what message can you take from this game, I guess, for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think our philosophy is that we're always going to get better as the year goes on. Like we try to coach our kids to continue wherever we are at the beginning of the season, that's not where we're going to finish. So, this is one game. This is a great win for our program. Really happy for our kids, especially coming off of a strange situation with a week 1 bye. But I mean, we got 9 straight games out to get in the playoffs, and so we just got to continue ascending.
Can't win them all till you win one.
Let's do it.
That's head coach Tim Krause. Bishop Kenny, your winners down by the river. Let's toss it back to you guys.
I think I heard Celebrate Good Times and Barbara Ann in the interview in the background.
Yeah.
So, they got the tunes rocking.
They got
there by the river.
Good playlist. Good playlist. And a good victory here in week 2 in our game of the week as they get the victory over UC. And coming up next week, we're headed to Trinity Christian as they play host to the mighty Reigns Vikings. Reigns, by the way, they're pretty good.
77-0 win.
77-0 over Sandalwood today.
I don't know if that will surprise a lot of people. It sounds surprising.
I feel like it's hard to score 11 touchdowns no matter who you're playing.
Yeah, they did have 49 points at the end of the first quarter.
That's 7 touchdowns in a quarter.
Hey, just not to peek too far ahead.
Yes.
We have some really good games next week.
Peek
this
ahead.
one of the highlights.
I'm talking Pine
next
Parkway.
Week. No, and I'm saying this week. Week 3.
Oh, you're saying in that week?
Yeah, not just this game, and we'll show it to you on the Friday night.
The
Zone
whole
Blitz.
schedule too is just
that's fantastic.
Fantastic, as always.
Speaking of down there in St. Johns County, Creekside at Nice.
Yeah, let's do it. Panthers, of course, won our game of the week last week, and they picked right up where they left off a week ago, and they did it with some defense. How about it? Creekside backed up and punting, and this one over the head and through the back it goes. So maybe not defense as much as special teams and just a bad snap. Okay, this is better though. After the safety, you got to kick it away. How about a return? Tyshawn Ford going to take it to the house. 9-0 for the Nice Panthers as they're able to convert that safety into more points. Creekside not giving up. Nice big pickup here across the middle for the Knights. Finally corralled down, but it's all Nice. They go on to win 50-8. The Panthers get the win. Good to have Coach Colin Drafts call in on our Zone Blitz coverage a little earlier. Proud of his team off to a 2-0 start.
Hey, you can listen to that anytime on the social media channels. A lot of horsing around down the corral as the Mandarin Mustangs host the Atlantic Coast Stingrays. Mustangs inside the 5, number 5, Shanquez Foster. That's the yardage to get Mandarin on the board. Mandarin was up 6-0. Atlantic Coast gets into Mustangs territory. They punted away. Oh, boy. Don't punt it to Bryson Wright. Yeah, they put him back there. That's a punt return for a touchdown for the sensational sophomore. 13-0 Mustangs had a pick 6 last week. Punt return this week, and he's going to score all the time on offense. Stingrays quarterback Rocco Menego looks like he gets swallowed up by a herd of Mustangs, but he manages to get the deep ball out. Jabari McMillan and Atlantic Coast gets on the board. Kind of a big deal because they hadn't scored against Mandarin the last 3 seasons. But Mandarin does win. 54-16. Now over on the north side at First Coast, a special moment for our friend Marty Lee. They brought him out for the coin toss, a total surprise. They named the field after him. The Bucs' new field is Marty Lee Field. Well earned. And by the way, nice job keeping that a secret. Nobody even knew. Not the assistant coaches didn't even know.
That's a good secret to keep. How about we go to the action as the Buccaneers playing host to the Greyhounds of Kipbold City. Let's go to the third play of the game. Visitors with the ball, but not for long. Buccaneers defense with the takeaway. Safety Miguel Jimenez tips it up to himself, and he's going to take it back for a pick six. 7-0. That's a quick start for First Coast. Next drive, Jimenez says, all right, I'm going to do it again. How about another interception? That one sets him up at the goal line. And, well, when you're right next to the goal line, this is what you do. You keep it yourself. David Hunter, quarterback, takes it in, walks into the end zone. 14-0 Buccaneers. Kimball City finding some explosives of their own. Eric Philpott will heave it to Ronald Stanley. Comes down with it. He's on the run. Finally taken down inside the 25. A couple plays later, same two. Philpott to Stanley. And he bounces off a tackle. And they must have got backed up by some penalties because that was more than 25 yards away. It's a touchdown for Kip Bold City. It's their only touchdown. As First Coast goes on to win and win big, Jarvis Parker gets a victory in his home debut, 55-6.
All right, Jackson at Riverside. And, oh, baby, watch this front row seat. That's awesome. Hey, Dad Duty checking out some ball, too. Absolutely love it. How about on the punt? Ribalt's Breon Bethea. Okay, it's just not a bad return, right? No, he stays on his feet, crosses over the field. Thought he might be gone here, but Jackson does chase him down. Heck of a return, nice play. Meanwhile, for Jackson on that same possession, watch this, almost a pick six. Oh, Braden Hankins. He knew he had an opportunity. He's still seeing that one tonight. He's going to see it in his sleep. Still a nice play to break on the ball. Jay Dixon and Jackson, they'd get the ball back, and they would score on the quarterback sneak. Got it in there to take the lead. And Jackson, well, that would be the difference. They win it 14-12 on the road at Riverside.
All right, let's head to Clay County, shall we? We've got Riverside, we've got Fleming Island, and Riverside, after playing Oakleaf, then takes on another good Clay County team. This is Eric Gentry, a little screen pass to Tristan Stevenson. He lets those blockers do their thing, and he's going to take it into the end zone. That made it 21-7 Golden Eagles. Riverside's Jaden DeLong keeping it himself here as they would battle throughout the night. And always just a little behind, but able to get into the end zone there for a touchdown. Generals, a little later on, DeLon to Derek Bridges. There he is to the right, earning that touchdown. It was 28-19 at the time, so they get within 3, but how about Gentry? He'll find Tristan Stevenson behind the defense, and that is going to put it away. Both teams would score late, but it's Fleming Island that gets the victory, 42-33. Action Sports Jack's Olivia Tassley catching up with head coach Tom McPherson after the win.
All right, Coach Mack, what a roller coaster of a week 2 for you. How's that win now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great win. Obviously, we know how good Riverside is, and we respect the talent that they have on the field, and, you know, explosive plays and playmakers all over the field. And you can see that from the opening kickoff. They bring it back 50 yards. And, you know, I told our guys after our first 2 games, we haven't been behind yet. So it's kind of, you know, that bully mentality. Everything's good when you're playing good. At some point, you're going to fall behind. You're going to get punched in the mouth. And we fell behind 7-0 and responded. So now I feel like we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, you put up 40 points in week 1. You put another 42 up in week 2.
Yeah.
I mean, is this the trend that we're going to see from these Golden Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're still young right now. Obviously, if you look at us, like all the procedure penalties, we had probably 200 yards of penalties, maybe in offsides. I don't know what we're doing wrong. I got to talk to officials and straighten it out. But when we get all that cleaned up, you know, we're playing a lot of young guys right now. Each week we get better. We play good teams like Riverside. We continue to get better. So, you know, I like what we're doing on offense and defense and special teams. It's complementary football, and, you know, it's one day at a time. Just keep working.
Birthday tomorrow, not a bad birthday present, huh?
Now that the world knows, yeah, it's my 40th birthday tomorrow.
40th birthday. See, that's the trend. The 40 points is all in honor of you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
No problem. Coach, appreciate it. Go enjoy the swim tonight.
Thank you.
By the way, Coach Mack fooled Liv on the 40th birthday.
Yes.
Go hit the golf course, Coach Mack. Hope you make a hole-in-one.
Shout out to our fans of the week over at Nice High School. We showed them getting a big win earlier in the broadcast. Well, the fans will always win over there at Nice High School, packing the house and having a good time.
Another one of our Zone Blitz games. Up to Yulee we go, hosting the Clay Blue Devils. Midway through the second quarter, Yulee leads 14-7. Trey Vasquez buys some time. Nice job shaking the tackler and finds Sage Newberry open in the back of the end zone. Extends the lead to 21-7. Now to the third we go. Yulee really dominated in the second half. Running back Jaden Timmon had a big day on the ground. Look at him get outside, and he almost gets in the end zone. Takes it right to the doorstep of the goal line. And all that would do is delay the inevitable. Timmon punches it in. And Yulee off to the races. Clay trying to get something going as they restart their program under a new coach. They go for it on 4th down, but the Hornets defense snuffs it out. The defensive line, probably the story of the game. They really dominated the trenches. Yulee would punch it in again. This time, Corbin Fletcher, 43-7. Yulee and Coach Doherty get the win. Action Sports Jack's Jason Hamby up in Nassau County.
All right, Coach, 43-7 win. Dominant performance throughout first and second half. I mean, what does it say about your team that you consistently put points up on the board, even in the second half, and finish this one strong?
Yeah, it's a testament to like the character of the kids that are in that locker room. They work really hard, and all they want to do is find greatness. So them overcoming hurdles and obstacles, we went through a lot of them last year in our 2-8 season, and a lot of those kids got to live in it and be in it, and now they're getting to reap the benefits of all their hard work that started in December. Like, we've been grinding for this moment since December, and it's paying off for us right now.
How much of that was the message all off season? Not as successful last year, but a 43-7 win. Obviously, that's paying dividends immediately at the start of the season.
Every single thing we did was related to how, like, some of the soul searching for me, some of the soul searching for our kids, some of the leadership things that we had to handle. We did a lot of things differently, even the way we practice, some of the attention to the details. Like, we've done a lot of things differently, and I think it's paying dividends because, like, our kids are really responding in a big way.
I appreciate it. Congratulations. Enjoy the win.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, man. That'll do it from Yulee. 43-7 over Clay. Back to you guys in the studio. I'm Jason Hamby, Action Sports Jacks.
All right, appreciate it there, Hambo. Let's head to Wolfson. The Wolfpack taking on Fernandina Beach in some SSAA action. First quarter, Pirates already up 12 when Ian Miller launches that thing to the moon. Beckham Rowe comes down with it. Look at the arc on that thing.
Give him a chance to make a play.
Goodness. Wouldn't get any points out of it, however. So Wolfson gets the ball back, and how about a nice little run for the Wolfpack quarterback as he takes it to the outside. Good job there by Wolfson. Second quarter we go. Deontay Sims. Oh, he's just bouncing off of would-be tacklers and muscling his way all the way down to the 2-yard line. Very next play. And Sims is going to punch it in himself. There he goes for the touchdown. And it's Fernandina Beach that gets the victory, 42-13. So good night for the teams from up in Nassau County. We saw Yulee win, and we see Fernandina Beach get a victory.
All right, we keep rolling here on the Friday Night Blitz. Brett Martineau, Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Shacks team all over the area, and more games to come, including Trinity trying to avoid an 0-2 start. Trinity Bolles, 20 state championships between the two. How did this one go? You find out next.
We got to play Blue Devils. You're watching Friday Night Blitz.
This is Action Sports Jack's Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Crowd making noise. Here's the kick, the snap, the hold, the kick is blocked! Bishop Kenny is going to take the football game!
Well, if you missed it in our game of the week, what a dramatic ending. By the way, University Christian was going to go for 2 and the win after the touchdown. Penalty backs them up 5 yards, so they go for the extra point to tie instead, and Bishop Kenny gets the block. That entire game live on the Action Sports Jacks YouTube page and our Action News Jacks Now app as well.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Coach
of the Week.
With that, how about Tim Krause getting Coach of the Week? You know, it's funny, all these coaches and teams and everybody hears the dialogue back and forth on social media. It gives everything a little bit more edge, especially when you have these kind of games and rivalries. That's a big deal for Tim Krause and BK to get the early season win. They're now 1-0 with a 21-20 W over UC.
Yeah,
more, by the way, Coaches of the Week, Players of the Week, Games of the Week all year with Whataburger and Jaguars Prep. As we welcome you back to the Friday Night Blitz, Brent Martineau along with Stuart Weber. By the way, shout out to the guys calling the game as well. Did a fantastic job. Noah Schlicksup and Brody McGuff, Marcel Robinson getting all that action for you as well. We're going to do that each and every Friday night.
Yeah, let's jump into more games, shall we? We have a battle of Jacksonville heavyweights. The Bolles Bulldogs taking on the Trinity Christian Conquerors. Early second quarter, Dogs up 14-6. Micah Anderson here for the Conquerors. To the near side, going to bounce off some tacklers. He's got room, and he's got his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Trinity. They would go for 2 and not make it to tie. So they were down 14-12. That's as close as they'd get. Later in the second, Bulldogs driving. It's Jaden Weatherly to a wide open Corbin Fordham in the end zone. I'm glad we cut away before the end of that play. Later in the fourth, Trinity Christian down and, an interception. It's Santana Starks for the Bulldogs. And, he's nearly going to take it back. Oh, you got to watch out for the guy behind. You never think about the guy behind you. But it is the Bolles Bulldogs that get the win, 35-12. They improve to 2-0. Let's hear from head coach Matt Doblin.
Last week, a pretty convincing win. This week, a pretty convincing win. This is the new standard. How proud of you guys, or how proud of you of your guys this week?
Extremely. I mean, getting a win over a traditional power like Trinity, they've got great coaches, they've got great players, and our kids played extremely well. But what I'm probably the most proud of is we were sloppy in the first half, and that they can win at halftime. We're very mature about corrections and fixes, and came out and played a much better second half.
Okay. 2 interceptions. I saw the very long one in the end zone here. How proud are you with your defense holding them 12 points today?
Unbelievable job. Unbelievable job by our defensive guys, and that secondary, there's a bunch of ball hawks back there like Santana and TJ. They do a great job, and and obviously they put a lot of pressure on us. There were a lot of empty throwing the ball around, and then our guys made plays when they needed to.
All right, thank you, Coach.
All right, let's head back to St. Johns County. Bartram Trail Ponte Vedra. We thought this would be a close game. It, in fact, was not. This is Bartram Trail, and this is a touchdown pass, but they were few and far between as Reese Moore hauls it in there from Colson Baum. This game was all Sharks all the time. Here's another Bartram Trail score, but it's Ponte Vedra that gets the win, 48-14. The Sharks bouncing back from that loss in the regular season opener in our game of the week against Nice, but it's PV who wins it and wins it big, 48-14.
It was a great job by the Sharks. Really proud of them, the way they came back, had a great week of practice, focused and got better every single day. If we can continue to do that, we can be have a really nice year.
So you kind of mentioned it after bouncing back from last week. What did you tell them? What was the plan? How did you?
Well, I mean, we learned. We said, hey, we're going to learn from it. We're going to learn what we did wrong and learn what we did right, and we're going to refocus. And that was the thing about that game last Friday night. If we won it, we were going to have to get better and improve through the year if we're going to have the year we want to have. And if we lose, we're going to have to get better and improve through the year, win or lose. So, it's a tough first game. But I was really proud of the way our kids bounced back this week and just showed them that they're a tough group of kids and hardworking, and I'm really proud of them.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Well, that goes to Jordan Price. No relation, Coach.
No relation.
Oakleaf, dynamic two-way store, returned a 75-yard punt return for a touchdown, 2 key interceptions, 2 of them in an opening win over Riverside. Check out Action Sports Jack's Twitter for more info on how you can nominate a Player of the Week for next week.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
All right, I love the wheel route, folks. Call it all the time. Well, Bishop Kenny did. And look at that throw right over the defender. Beautifully executed. Caleb Madison, fantastic player for BK. That would prove to be the winning score.
That's the game-winning score.
Because they win 21-20 on a blocked extra point. Fantastic game of the week. By the way, you can watch it all on our YouTube channel whenever you want.
Yeah, and they'll break it down, by the way, on Monday at 8 o'clock on the Blitz Breakdown.
Yes.
That's why we named it as such on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. All right, we're going to leave you now with our band of the week as we do. And for those streaming on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, more bands coming up at 11 p.m. This is Golden Eagles of Fleming Island. Have a great night, everyone.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
ladies and gentlemen, the Where Can He Go and Get Away?
Performing, please welcome the Yulee High School Band.
Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Let's go. Let's go. Bring the energy. Let's go. Bring the energy. Let's go. Let's go.
They brought the energy. Game of the week down by the river. Bishop Kenny University Christian, and it lived up to it. It was a dandy tonight, and we're going to show you how it all went down. Welcome to the Friday Night Blitz, 11:15 edition, a little truncated, if you will. Brent Martineau, along with Stuart Weber, just part of a 5-hour high school football extravaganza, along with all the different Action Sports Jax platforms.
Yeah, we literally have to blitz through the highlights on this one because we got a lot to get in, not a lot of time, so let's get it started. Down by the river,
the Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
That was a beautiful night for football at Bishop Kenny, and always a great place to be. Look at that backdrop. Crusaders come out swinging, already up 7-0. Gavin Hawkins hits Andrew McCoy Jr. down the side. Look at the speed. There he goes. Nobody's going to catch him. Touchdown BK. Already a 2-touchdown hole now. Khalil Thompson for UC comes up with a big play. He's got time. He launches. Jacoby Walker waiting for it, and he got it in the end zone. UC trims the deficit to 14-7. Fighting Christians will tie things up. Late in the fourth quarter, BK comes up with another big play. Hawkins hits Madison. Caleb Madison on the wheel route, beautifully executed, and see you later. Crusaders take a touchdown lead. We're not done yet. UC ran right down the field. They scored, and so it would come down to an extra point for the tie in overtime, and Bishop Kenny blocks it. They go crazy in Crusader land. 21-20. UC had lined up for a 2-point conversion. They had a false start, dropped back to go tie it up, and has the kick blocked. 21-20, BK wins it.
Oh, great stuff there in our game of the week, and we got another dandy coming up next week. Rains at Trinity Christian. All of these are in-county matchups. Well, Rains coming off a big win tonight. They will head to Trinity Christian. We'll get to those highlights for TC in just a second. But first, let's head to last week's winner of the game of the week. That'd be the Nice Panthers taking on the Creekside Knights. And Nice would just pick up right where they left off. Remember, they went undefeated in the regular season last year and benefiting from that one through the back of the end zone. That is a safety. So what happens after a safety? Not only do you get 2 points, but they got to kick the ball right back to you. What happens when they kick the ball to Tyshawn Ford? Oh, he's going to find some blocking. And there he goes. Ooh, oh, just puts him on skates. Takes him to the end zone. Tyshawn Ford, touchdown. 9-0. They'd go on to win and win big, 50-8, all Panthers.
A lot of horsing around down the corral. Mandarin Mustangs host the Atlantic Coast Stingrays. Mustangs inside the 5. Number 5, Shanquez Foster. He gets the yardage, and the Mustangs are on the board 6-0 lead. Atlantic Coast can't get it going, so they punt it away. And you know who's sitting back there?
Oh, yeah.
Number 1, Bryson Wright. Had a pick 6 last week. He's going to score 1 million touchdowns, I think,
every
this year.
single way.
And he now has a special team score, 13-0 for the sensational sophomore. A big score, 54-16. Mandarin gets it done big over their rival.
Up at First Coast High School, how about a special moment for a friend of the program, Marty Lee, who joined us on the Zone Blitz for a little bit. They bring him out to the coin toss and then surprise him with the field. It's Marty Lee Field from here on out. Gotta love that. Props to whoever kept it secret, because even some of the assistant coaches didn't know. We knew. We got a camera there.
Thanks for the tip.
Shout out to Marty Lee. Appreciate the tip, guys.
Now to the action. Bucks hosting Kip Bold City. Third play of the game. And Kip Bold City starts with the ball. Bucks defense quickly gets a takeaway. Safety Miguel Jimenez tips it up to himself and takes it back for a pick 6. 7-0 quick start for First Coast. Ensuing drive. Oh, this young man's going to have a heck of a night. He does it again. How about the diving interception? Pulled it off the turf. Sets the Bucks up at the goal line. First play on offense. QB David Hunter keeps it himself. Walks into the end zone. Actually kind of skipped into the end zone. Bucks up 14. Congrats to Jarvis Parker. His first win as a high school football head coach. 55-6. Jackson and Rebo. Oh, baby. What a spot on a Friday night. Dad duties, football duties. Gotta love it. Oh, meanwhile, gotta love this for Rebo. Breon Bethea. It looks like it's just a pretty nice return, right? Oh, no, stays on his feet, crosses the field. Thought he might go there, but a nice job by the Jackson Tigers to reel him in. Heck of a return, though. Nice looking play. Meanwhile, for Jackson, they could have gone the distance the other way. That's Braden Hankins. Oh, man. He'll be remembering that one. It was a nice job on the ball. Just had it go off the fingers. Would have been a pick 6. Jay Dixon, he'll get the score, and that would be a big deal on the quarterback sneak, because in the end, Jackson wins on the road 14-12 over Rebo.
All right, one more before we take it to the break here on the Blitz. It's a Riverside on the road at Clay County's Fleming Island. Last week they played Oakley. This week Fleming Island. How about Eric Gentry? A little screen to Tristan Stevenson. He's going to let the blockers do their thing and take it to the house. Golden Eagles go ahead 21-7. Riverside's Jaden DeLon keeping it himself here, and right up the middle he goes for the touchdown. They were always within a score and a half or so, but never could quite catch up fully as the Golden Eagles get the win 42-33 in a shootout. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Blitz.
Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Well, a big shout out to Tim Krause and the Bishop Kenny Crusaders. They win our Game of the Week, and Coach Krause earns our Coach of the Week and the giant check. It's not legal tender, however. Don't try to cash it in.
Nice scene. Big
I've
win.
learned, by the way, with the big checks, as long as it's got the routing numbers on the bottom, it is actually legal tender. So, like, if they have the routing numbers on the bottom, you can go cash that thing.
Really?
Yeah.
That
one does not.
Welcome back to the Blitz. Huge win for BK. They go to 1-0. Remember, they didn't even play in week 1. They had a bye week in week 1. Different. Now over to Yulee. Let's check in on the Hornets against the Clay Blue Devils.
Yeah, let's pick it up midway through the second quarter. Yulee already up 14-7. Trey Vasquez going to buy himself some time. Nice blocking by that O-line. He'll find his receiver Sage Newberry wide open. 21-7. Yulee in the lead. To the third we go, and really second half was all about the Hornets. Clay kept it close in the first half, but Jaden Timmon had himself a day in that second half. Takes it all the way to the goal line, just nipped at the end, but they give it right back to number 6. He'll take it in, makes it a 3-score lead for Yulee. Hornets beat Union County last week. Clay this week, they're 2-0. Big win 43-7.
Wilson Wolf back taking on the Fernandina Pirates. First quarter, Pirates up 12-zip. Ian Miller. Watch this ball.
Could have hit the lights.
That thing had some hang time. Beckham Rowe comes down with it. I like it. Hey, give your guy a chance. He did, and Rowe delivered. Meanwhile, Wilson trying to deliver as well. The quarterback scampers, gets away, beats the sticks and the defense before getting out of bounds. Second quarter now, Deontay Sims back for Fernandina Beach. Watch, he shakes a tackle, then a spin move as well, and gets to the 2-yard line. Heck of a run for Sims. He would punch it in right after that. Fernandina Beach wins 42-13.
Some big time programs here in Jacksonville. Bolles, Trinity Christian, a combined 20 state titles. Early second quarter, Bulldogs up 14-6. But here comes Trinity. Micah Anderson just bouncing off tackles, gets away from the herd, and there he goes into the end zone. They would go for 2, would not get it, so down 14-12. 14-12 at that point, and it was all Bolles from there. Jaden Weatherly to a wide open Corbin Fordham in the end zone. Touchdown, Bolles, and they go on to win 35-12. So from 14-12 after that missed 2-point conversion that would have tied it, and then Bolles scores the final 3 scores to take it 35-12 final.
That's what good teams do. Bartram Trail, Ponte Vedra picking up second half. Bears on the move. Carlson bomb to Reese Moore. Touchdown Bartram Trail. They were down 38-7 at that point. Yeah, it was kind of stunning. Cole Rosendahl to Alex Winkles. This would cap off a 48-14 win for Ponte Vedra. You talk about a bounce-back win after losing to Nice in the opener in our game of the week. Heck of a performance by the Sharks.
All right, let's go down to Lake Butler, shall we? Union County trying to win its first game for interim head coach Lamar Waters. Keystone Heights paying a visit down to Union County. Drew Simmons put on a clinic, beginning with this 30-yard catch and run. Nice cutback. Gets it all the way down to the 5-yard line. Finally tackled by Keystone Heights. 2 plays later, no problem. Take it on in for the touchdown. Union County goes on to win big, 51-6. We will be right back here on the Friday Night Blitz.
Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Jordan Price out of Oakleaf, the dynamic two-way star, 75-yard punt return for a touchdown and 2 interceptions in the opening win over Riverside. That's a heck of a start. Check out our Action Sports Jax Twitter for more info on how you can nominate a Player of the Week for next week, and please do that.
Yeah, how about one from Thursday night? We'll get a Thursday night game in there. We've got Beachside's home opener taking on Englewood. Home team already out front in the first quarter. They add to it. Vincent Galella busting it to the outside into the end zone for another Beachside score. The Rams actually had a great drive. They were marching towards the end zone, but one mistake in the red zone. And Andrew Cruz cuts off the pass. He's headed the other way. 97 yards. That is a new school record on the pick 6. Just before the half, one more time from the Cudas. Aiden Kugler for the Cudas to a wide open Drew Watson. Beachside never took the foot off the pedal. They go on to win and go on to win big.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
Oh, I hope Liam Cohen runs the wheel route a bunch this year. Bishop Kenny did tonight. Look at the perfect pass.
It always works.
And Caleb Madison does the rest. He's fantastic. Just a heck of a way to beat the defense when you execute it perfectly. And that proves to be the game winner and our Smart Play of the Week for BK in our Game of the Week.
All right, that's going to do it for this edition of The Blitz. We're going to head over to the Action Sports Jax 24/7 studios, break down the night, so you can join us there on the stream. But we leave you now with the Fleming Island Golden Eagles Band, our Band of the Week.
Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
All right, we put the finishing touches on. Gosh, this is weird being in this seat. I'm never in this seat. Put the finishing touches on the Friday night zone blitz. Stuart Weber probably jump in here. These guys are just hanging out in the sports office, so I figured, what the heck, you might as well talk. I'm tired of talking. You guys have now had a break. You had a 2.5-hour game, little break, little pizza. And
can't complain.
I'm feeling good.
My feet are tired, and I'm tired of talking. Brent Martineau, Brody McGuff, Noah Schlicksup, Stuart Weber, Jason Hamby, Chandler Dantzler, Marcel Robinson, Olivia Tassley.
Just a solid crew.
I don't think I missed any. I missed some people, but I got everybody who would care.
They know who they are.
I got everybody that would care.
Yeah. People get offended, Brody. You'll learn this in the business. You got to mention everybody's name.
Yeah, we're here to bring like a little spell of youth energy here at this late hour, and we got
trying to say I'm old.
We got our burst of energy from Donato's Pizza, which can't complain. That was exactly what we needed.
Great desserts on the menu too.
Dessert pizza today was good.
You know what else got me fired up?
What got you fired up?
That ending to Bishop Kenny UC. How about that for our Week 2 game of the week? You know what? Credit where credit
Big Segway guy.
Stuart Weber nailed that pick right
He
there.
did. He misses some, but when you get him, you got to brag about him.
Yeah, you know what? Credit where credit's due.
It was the best game of the night.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think it was the most competitive, and it was just a battle the whole time. Very physical game. And 2-point conversion. It converted the first time, and then they go to take the PAT, and he just comes low, and they block it. It was just a great ending. And they
just hard-nosed, run the football, defenses shine. The type of game that my Iowa Hawkeyes and Kirk Ferentz would love to watch. And it was really exciting down the stretch. Of course, University Christian putting in that comeback, and in the end, Bishop Kenny able to make a stand and hold them off, and that is really impressive. You know, we weren't sure what to expect from Bishop Kenny going into this week, but University Christian coming off that game against Newberry, and Bishop Kenny sent a message, and man, that defense is really something.
It really is. They have a great linebacker core. Coach Krause said himself that's the best part of their football team, and it really showed tonight. I mean, they were fitting runs all night. University Christian did have some success running the ball, but it was in small margins. It wasn't like they were gapping them all night. It was just a few 5-6 yard pops. But other than that, when it mattered most, they got stops and just a great overall defensive performance. And it was a great game for University Christian's defense as well.
Mm-hmm.
Both teams were getting the backfield every time the offense needed to pass. They would get a sack or just disrupt the timing of a pass. And yeah, just great defensive game overall. And yeah,
it was a great win. By the way, you're going to build that new facility at Bishop Kenny. That weight room better pay off. It sounds like
they were conditioned tonight.
You know, that's the thing that's changed about Bishop Kenny, and I think Krause has done a great job. I don't know about change. That probably is unfair. But they definitely feel like they've been more physical the last couple of years to be able to play a game like this against University Christian. Remember a couple of years ago they beat Bolles, for the first time in forever. You know, I don't think they were doing that from a physical standpoint. I know they weren't beating Bolles for a long time, but they weren't just matching physically, and I think they've done that with some of their linebacker play. Gunnar Rogers leading the way, and others. And Madison's a beast. Mm-hmm. And he has been for a couple of years. And
Big catch tonight.
I just talked about the wheel route 500 times over the last 3 hours. I love the wheel route. That was a beautiful throw.
Oh yeah,
over the defender.
I think that Madison is gonna he's gonna get the highlight. He made the big run and finished off with a score. But Gavin Hawkins, that was a really impressive play because that was a very heavy blitz. He had so much pressure in his face, and you could see him. He saw it coming. He read it, and he knew exactly where to go. And he could not have placed that ball any better. A little less on the throw, it's picked. A little more, he overthrows him. He had to place that perfectly, and he did. And we were talking, Brody, on the way out of the stadium, that was the play that we think was the difference in that game.
I completely agree. I mean, like you just said, there was no really margin for error on that throw. I mean, he got it just right in the breadbasket, right in stride. Like, even if he underthrew it a little bit and he still caught it, he's getting tackled. And then, you still got to get like 40, 50 yards to get in the end zone. But on that play, it was just an absolute bucket by the QB, and played a very clean game tonight. I think all three QBs, because University Christian was switching 2 QBs in and out. But very clean game by the QBs, and yeah, that was the play of the night for sure.
You played linebacker, right?
Yes, sir.
You hate that wheel route, don't you?
Do not like guarding wheel routes, especially with a fast back like Madison. Yeah. Oh my gosh!
I mean, the defender really you'll see the highlight a million times. We just showed it a bunch. And if you watch it, I mean, the defender does a good job. I mean, just outside over the fingertips of the defender. So it's just a tough play to beat when executed really well. Hey, we have Tim Krause. We played it a little bit on our Friday Night Blitz at 10:30. That was some hour and 15 minutes ago. So if you're still hanging with us on the Friday Night Zone Blitz, let's listen to Coach Krause because it's a heck of a win for his football team.
I'm here with victorious head coach Tim Krause. I mean, that was pretty fun for week one.
Yeah, we made it exciting, that's for sure. Our kids fall like crazy. We've got super tough kids, super resilient kids. University Christian, incredibly talented team. Really proud of the way our kids kind of stood in there, hung in there, kept it close, found a way to the end.
A lot of the talk coming in here was about, UC. They actually had some game experience this year, obviously. You guys coming in, not really having a chance to get the pads on and get hit yet, but obviously you guys came out here and did what you had to do. What was the message coming in there?
No, I think we're pretty decent too. I mean, I heard a lot of that talk as well. But I think we've got a good group of kids, and kids that aren't scared of anybody, willing to play anybody. The big message for us was being who we are, and I think we play a different style of football and a different brand of football, and just being comfortable with that. And our kids executed the game plan and kept us in the game and found a way to win.
I know it, looking at the scoreboard as a head coach, obviously, those aren't the amount of points that you want to see. And even that last drive, it seemed how UC kind of got down the field. But if you look at the whole scope of the game, your defense played pretty well and came up with some big moments. Talk about that for me.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we have some really good players on our defense, especially like our linebackers, Gunnar Rogers, Aiden Piper, our kids at James Davis, that plays our outside backer, have played so much football for us. And so to have them on the field in really key moments and make a bunch of big plays, not really give up a ton of explosives, to be able to keep the ball in front of us was huge.
This is obviously just 1 week. Every game is important, but this is the type of win. This shows your grit, the resilience, right? How can you take this, or what message can you take from this game, I guess, for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think our philosophy is that we're always going to get better as the year goes on. Like we try to coach our kids to continue wherever we are at the beginning of the season, that's not where we're going to finish. So, this is one game. It's a great win for our program. Really happy for our kids, especially coming off of a strange situation with a week 1 bye. But I mean, we got 9 straight games now to get into playoffs, and so we just got to continue ascending.
Can't win them all till you win one.
Let's do it.
That's head coach Tim Krause. Bishop Kenny, your winners down by the river. Let's toss it back to you
guys. Marcel Robinson with a nice job tonight. These guys were on the call. Great job. Doing a great job, by the way, you guys. I don't throw compliments around much, so take it. I'm not going to say it again, probably.
Well, I'll say thank you.
No, seriously, it sounds good. It was fun to listen to on the way back from my game. And we'll have our game of the week with these guys and sometimes Marcel, some other camera folks. But it hopefully looks good. And we had Coach Lawrence Johnson on. He said, hey, I'm watching the game of the week right now, like when we had him on. So people are tuned in.
I think Marty Lee got them to put it on the 70-inch screen at the bar.
He did.
Wow.
The Southern Grill there.
Southern Grill he was talking
right?
about a couple times. Yeah.
I had never heard of the Southern Grill till tonight. Heard about it a bunch of times from Marty Lee. I want to get some thoughts because you guys have lived this. You've been around. You guys have been at Creekside. You're a lot younger, so you watch everything that goes on in the social media world. I mean, we live on social media too, but I don't watch the high school back and forth. And there have been a couple of things said in the last couple of weeks, just how in tune the players and coaches are with the back and forth going on social media. I mean, Tim Krause referenced it. He's like, yeah, we heard, what they were saying. And I don't know where people are seeing this. I mean, I'm sure you can easily find it. But obviously, when you have a game, there's a lot of conversation between the kids on both teams, right? In the middle, during the week.
They like putting stuff on the bulletin board. I mean, Brody, you can speak from experience. Would you say?
I was never a trash talker. I always was a trash talker with my game, but I love it. I mean, it's way more exciting to watch, and especially last week with PV Nice, there's a lot of chatter before that game, and it was very exciting to watch. And you're just like, ooh, it's gonna make this win even better for Nice, or it's gonna make this win even better for PV. And it's very cool. And then also the Bishop Kenny coach. I think you were referencing the bully ball reference. And so, yeah, you heard that.
He referenced that on our show Monday, too.
Yeah.
He heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Gunnar Rogers, too.
Gunnar Rogers just commented on our post saying, I think it was Chandler's pick for University Christian.
And Stewart.
And Stewart. Yeah, I got to put Stewart under the bus, too.
Sure.
He said something along the lines of, y'all were wrong or something.
I think he did
"Nice
two
try."
laughing face emojis.
Just laughing faces.
You know.
That's good. That's fun.
We love that. Yeah, that's what it's all about. We love the trash talk online.
And I think people do like it, but I think it gives the games an edge. I mean, you could tell Coach Krause had a little edge to him, right? I mean, Colin Drafts last week had an edge to him coming out of that game. So it's not just the kids. That's what has captured my attention. Because, going back and forth, that's just competing. And that's okay. But, I mean, the coaches have really kind of turned it up a notch a little bit. We got some big ones next week. We'll see how the chatter goes. It's St. Augustine and Bolles. It's Trinity Christian and Rains. Could get some good stuff going on.
I just think knowing that you have 16, 17, 18-year-old kids there, it's going to motivate them. And if it's going to motivate them, you're going to use it.
Yeah, play with it.
You're going to use whatever you have to your advantage, and they certainly do.
Anytime when I was playing at Creekside, if any other team was talking trash online or stuff, it did add that extra chip on our shoulder to really want to go out there and really shove it to the face of these guys. Like, you know what, we're the better team, and we want to go out there and show everybody that. And it really just elevates the stage for these football games. And I love that it's just increasing every year. It's getting more and more chatter, and I just love it. And high school football is just getting better.
By the way, feel free to jump into the chat Monday at 8 on the Blitz Breakdown for anybody watching. If you want to call your shot for next week's games, jump in the conversation with these guys.
I'm just saying, someone here was undefeated in their picks this week.
He's probably saying it for a reason.
I wonder who. Yeah, it's shocking. Yeah.
Did you do bad in your picks?
Did I?
Yeah.
It wasn't him.
No.
It wasn't him. It wasn't him.
Clearly saying he did.
No, I say he was good. I want to see who did bad.
Oh.
I did bad. I think I missed 2 games.
Did you? Well,
yeah,
those were toss-ups.
What do you guys did 5 games?
6. Well, some of us did 6, but the ones who called the game of the week did 5.
Yeah.
Because
and you
we
missed
did
2? That's not too bad.
Yeah, we did all the streaming games from our zone blitz plus the wild card that you went and shot of Jackson free ball, which we all got Jackson, and it was a 2-point game.
Yeah, it was.
That one came down to it 14-12 for the Tigers. But I mean, I picked Bartram Trail to beat Ponte Vedra just because you're expecting Bartram Trail to at least put up a fight. I mean, that was a stunning result.
Yeah, I'm surprised. And we had Marty Lee on. He's right about just how much attrition Bartram's. We've mentioned this a couple of times over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was just perfectly timed with Daryl Sutherland leaving Bartram Trail, but the zoning changed.
Right.
Beachside, Tokoi Creek. It was going. They had at one time 800 more kids than just about any school in St. Johns County. And so there was a big advantage for Bartram Trail. Now they actually got raided from like the beach sides of the world, and more than even a Creekside. And it was I think Creekside's got the biggest, I think, maybe the biggest school population.
It was mostly the communities where the football players too. I mean, that's clearly all the talent were in certain golf communities, and they got sent to Tokoi or Beachside.
I always say
they
this.
Still got some talent over there.
Oh, they do have talent.
Yes.
But they had a new coach, new system over the last few years, and then on top of that, you had the attrition on. Because what happens was if you have 800 kids, more than other people, and I don't know the exact number, I'm saying 800, but you start looking at the sports. If there are 15 different sports, you're going to have probably 2 or 3 more kids that are probably pretty good than everybody else. That starts making a difference.
I completely agree, but I also think when I was growing up and everybody always told me if you wanted to play football somewhere, you wanted to go to Bartram.
Yes.
If you want to go play football in college, you go to Bartram. That's at least for St. John's. That's what we were told. And it was really largely because of Sutherland. Like he low-key felt like a Saban in our area almost.
Oh,
like
he's
this
fantastic.
guy was there for like forever. Had many great teams, had many Final Four teams, and just a all-around great coach. He had great second half adjustments. Even if you thought you had him in the first half, when the second half come out, man, it felt like they just had our number after that. So I think them losing Sutherland is a big reason in that, but also the Beachside with the new zoning for these kids to go to schools and stuff. I mean, Beachside is a really talented team.
Beachside's good. Their offense is really good this year. That's why I've been told a lot of people thought Beachside would be the best offense in the area, potentially.
Well,
their offensive line
65 points last night. It's not
I
bad.
don't know if that was a true test, but but we'll find out. One other note, just to add to it, you get more good coach, as Daryl Sutherland says goodbye, you get other coaches that are really good in the area, and we know 2 of them. You played for one, and Sean McIntyre, done a great job. Colin Drafts has done an unbelievable job, right, at Nice. I mean, he just told us tonight they've put up more points and yards than they had through 2 games last year with a group that went undefeated, and he's got a new quarterback and new weapons in some spots.
They got some dang good players, though. Those Pfeiffer cousins, Vernon Stevens, who we mentioned, had a great game tonight. They've got weapons on that offense. Braden Felder had a big game against PV, and everyone talks about their offense, but I don't think Coach G gets enough love over there for what he does with that defense. Their defense, when they made that big run, Coach G was there, and Robert Garth, just the way those two work together, they create something special. And that Nice defense was really fun to watch against PV. Another good showing against Creekside. And we were talking about Sutherland as the Nick Saban. Who Colin Drafts kind of reminds me of? Dan Campbell. Just the way, the energy motivates the players. And they've got something brewing over there. I know after week 1, I think people in the area, they're still timid, is that just, coming out the gates against your rival? No, I think we saw week 1, and they proved again this week, that team's the real deal, and they're going to be a big-time threat in the area again this year.
Yeah, I told them, by the way, that Ponte Vedra win is going to look better as the year goes along, because look what Ponte Vedra did tonight.
Oh, yeah, they're a good team, and you saw that in the second half last week. They turned that. They got it going more.
For sure. At the time, I was a little unsure, but after them just stomping on Bartram, that's very impressive. Bartram's always a tough team to play. And for you, how much points did Bartram score? 14? Something like that?
48-14.
And it was all decided at that point.
It was all decided. I think they
had
38
nothing at one time. Yep. 38-7, then 48-14 was the final.
There's some guys on the offense out. There's a tight end commit. I think
Connor Wynn, Florida State.
Yep. And then Arthur Lewis. One of the shiftiest athletes I've ever seen play some high school football around here. And the fact that they hold them to that little points, it's very impressive from the Sharks. Very impressive.
A few scores from around the area to kind of update folks who are kind of tuning in and not aware of some of the finals, some impressive scores. Yulee, we had them on our zone blitz, big 43-7 win over Clay. They're 2-0. Fletcher wins big 45-8 over Parker. So Senators putting up a 45 spot. Oakleaf scores 56. They win 56-7 over Orange Park.
2-0.
Now 2-0 as well, as they beat Riverside in the opener, and now an in-county rival that they take down. Some other scores of note to keep an eye on as I scroll through here. Columbia, the Tigers beating Coffee County up there in South Georgia. That's a big one. Coffee's
heck of a win.
Very good program up there. Camden County stays undefeated. They get the win over West Broward, but we all know for Camden County, it's really once they get to region play. When they play some of those juggernauts of South Georgia that they have to go to. And Mandarin wins 54-16. Big win for the Mustangs. I will end it by saying both Stanton and Paxson pick up wins here on a Friday night. Shout out to the Blue Devils and the Golden Eagles.
How about a couple more shout-outs quick? Fleming Island over Riverside tonight. I think it was 35-25. Nice win. That was a good game, and a huge play at the end of that game for Fleming to seal the deal because Riverside was coming back and still had time. The other one is a shout-out to Jarvis Parker, First Coast High School. He gets his first win as a high school football head coach as they beat Kip Bold City 55-6. And Marty Lee Field now at First Coast High School, one of the greats to do it, has the field named after him. So some of the highlights on this night. And boys, got some big ones next week. St. Aug Bolles, Trinity Reigns. Colin Drafts was telling us about Tallahassee Lincoln coming to town to play Nice. And I haven't even looked at the rest of the schedule, but you guys have Trinity and Reigns next week.
Yeah, and we'll have a lot to talk about on the Blitz Breakdown Monday night for sure. Looking forward to some of those matchups, and there are going to be some tough ones to predict in there. And I think I'm really interested to see Trinity, how they respond. I mentioned on Monday, and we were talking about it, this is their first 0-2 start since 2005. So how are they going to respond to that? They've got a very tough matchup in Reigns, and we saw they competed with Bolles. They stuck with them. I think it was a one-score game going into half. This is a team that I think they're still a quality side. They face two tough opponents. Can they get right at home? And Reigns is a tall order, but St. Augustine, I think, is a team that can send the biggest message next week. They lost a lot from last year's team, but they got an opportunity to really let people know what they're about this year against Bolles.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. St. Aug, I think they're looked at as a good team and a good program still, but maybe some are viewing them that they took a step down from last year, losing their QB Lachlan Hewitt, who, shout out to him, he threw a touchdown from the punter position.
Yeah.
I think that was the last game he just
Snuck
played.
him on the field.
Last night, yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. But yeah, St. Aug's got a big opportunity to prove themselves this upcoming week. And Trinity versus Reigns. I mean, again, Trinity, I think it was the first time they're 0-2 for the first time since 2005. So they definitely don't want to be 0-3 after that. They're going to try to go in there and give it their all against Reigns. I bet they'll have a chip on their shoulder. I think it'll be a real scrappy game. I'm very excited to call that game. And I've never watched a game at the Trinity's field, so I'm very excited to go over there and hear the cannons go off every once in a while.
You will hear the cannons. It's a good backdrop over there. By the way, Reigns won 77-0 tonight against Sandalwood.
Is that good? That feels good.
Yeah, that's probably 49-0 in the first quarter. I think right now everybody's trying to figure out, all right, who is the best team? Is it Bolles or Reigns? And it's a toss-up. They're not going to play each other. So we won't know, and we could debate it all day.
By the way, other games next week. Where at Bartram Trail. Remember, we had that one on last year.
We did that one live on the network.
On the network. That was fun. Fleming Island at Oakleaf. So 2-0 at 2-0 in county. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Tocoy goes to Bishop Kenny. So that could be cool. And Ponte Vedra at Baker County. So some decent matchups in addition to the ones you mentioned earlier.
Wow, how about that?
I feel bad for the guys who have to predict all those games next week.
Well, speaking of, you guys do the Blitz breakdown, 8 o'clock on Monday night. We're still going to do it even though it's a holiday Monday. And that will replay during the week.
No
and
holidays.
Lead into our football coverage on Friday night. But you guys do a segment on there, not just picks, where you want some feedback, right?
Yeah.
About some of how people are feeling a couple of weeks in. So where do you find it? Where do you want it?
Put out a tweet. Look at my Instagram story, and we'll be asking for hot takes, your football takes in the area, and we'll buy or sell them on the show. See what Brody McGuff and myself think about them. We had some interesting ones last week, and I think as we start to see things take shape in the 904, we'd love to hear everyone's takes, what you're thinking so far this high school football. So look for Noah Schlicksup on Twitter and Noah Schlicksup on Instagram. We'll be putting that out this weekend, and can't wait to hear what people have to say.
Yeah, it should be a blast. A lot of people, I mean, it wasn't as much opinions last week as week one, not much stuff to make opinions about, but I think as the weeks go on, we'll have better and better takes every week. So I'm very excited to answer those takes and see if we agree with them every week, week in and week out.
Well, if these guys keep hammering you guys' picks, you'll have plenty of hot takes when it comes to that. No, maybe we got to figure a Bishop Kenny guest, you right? Most likely going to try to get somebody from the win.
The invite's out to Gunnar Rogers. Let's get him to talk about that here on the show. And obviously some big games to talk about next week, so really looking forward to Monday and getting to cover it all even more.
All right. Shout out to Chandler Dantzler and the rest of the crew. He's been back there all night, did a great job with the game of the week, and also will be a part of your Blitz Breakdown show.
You got to shout out the behind-the-scenes people. Chandler, as well as Zach Freitas, Brian Vendetti on our directing crew, and obviously all the
Brad
shooters,
and audio.
All the shooters out there. Brad and audio. You get Thomas and DR shooting. You obviously get to see Liv, Hamby, and Marcel, but everyone out there doing a great job with the Friday Night Blitz and our Zone Blitz. It's a big undertaking. It takes a lot of people, and a lot of people have to do their job right to make it all work, and they certainly did that tonight.
And the guy that knows how to do it all actually was out on vacation tonight.
Yeah.
And somehow it all worked.
He left an email.
We made it till midnight.
He left us an email that got us there.
Not sure.
Somehow.
We collectively still don't fully understand the email.
There were some things
but it worked.
We don't know, but it worked. We got there.
That was I have not been able to hear too much from that room. That was one of the loudest laughs I've heard.
Because he didn't understand the email either.
Yeah. We got there.
But we made it work. All right, boys, have fun. Stewart off to Tallahassee. Tomorrow, Alabama, FSU. On Saturday, we have college football tonight, 7:30 tomorrow on CBS 47. Action Sports Jax primetime Saturday, Sunday night, the final weekend before the Jags play. Good work, fellas. It's like 8 o'clock for college guys.
Yeah, I'm not
it's like 8 o'clock for us, really, to be honest with you.
Stay here all night.
It's not like Brody's running on 4 hours of sleep and a 5 a.m. drive from Orlando.
There you go. That a baby.
Gonna have some good sleep tonight, and then we're gonna watch Lee Corso's last game day tomorrow.
There you go.
Very
I love it.
About
I love
that.
how the kids love Corso, man.
They do.
It's good stuff. He's a stud.
An icon, honestly.
He is an icon. All right, guys. Good work, Chandler. Good work. Thanks for hanging out with us on the Friday Night Zone Blitz, everybody.